Chapter 998. The world is divided into big thousand, medium thousand, and small thousand. Although the three levels of the world are said to be 3,000, in fact, the number of worlds existing in the Sea of Bitterness has always been a mystery. Rather than saying that there are thousands of worlds, it is better to say that it is endless. Thousands of worlds is just a name to describe the huge number. Just like the so-called DC and Marvel worlds in the comics of Lin Yuan's previous life, there are parallel universes. Even if it is an ordinary world, it may be secretly related to several or even dozens of parallel worlds. Even if it is a saint-level existence, it is difficult to set foot in every world. The heavenly court had 33 levels of heaven. It did not mean that there were 33 levels in the sky, but that after entering the gate of heaven, the first level was the immortal world. Like a building, each level of heaven was a different world. The so-called 33 levels of heaven referred to the 33 worlds occupied by the heavenly court. Of course, the 33 levels of heaven did not refer to the exact number. The Eldritch world had been conquering thousands of worlds for many years, and had plundered and devoured more than one or two worlds. The Eldritch world had once nurtured extremely terrifying existences. The so-called 3,000 demon gods were the manifestation of the rules. It was a big deal for one or two of them to appear in an ordinary world. The Eldritch world could nurture 3,000 demon gods, and in this aspect, it deserved to be called the strongest world. However, the Eldritch world was not an exception. Even if other worlds were not as powerful as the Eldritch world, they would more or less give birth to some extremely terrifying existences. It could be an invincible creature, or it could be the manifestation of rules like the 3,000 fiend gods, or it could be a supreme treasure with the power of rules. Even if a mortal wielded it, it could kill gods and fiend gods. What is brewing in the Tianwu world is most likely a supreme treasure. Red Cloud Taoist is looking for it, Tongtian is also looking for it, and in the future, that guy might join the ranks of the people looking for this supreme treasure. If I can get it, this war that has spanned countless spacetime may come to an end. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he said silently, "And you'd better pray that I'm the one who gets it in the end." The system was silent. In fact, from the beginning to the end, Lin Yuan didn't have much desire to control everything. He was more like a hard-working worker, doing his best to make himself stronger, then waiting for an opportunity to kill Hong Jun, then returning to his original world to take revenge. As for whether he lived in seclusion or pretended to be an ordinary creature, it didn't matter. On the contrary, ambitious people like sect leader Tongtian and Taoist Red Cloud would not change anything even if they killed Hong Jun once they got hold of such a treasure. The only thing that changed was the title of the top existence in the untainted world. Perhaps Lin Yuan wasn't trustworthy, but compared to those two, it was more willing to believe in Lin Yuan. While thinking, the system suddenly said, even if your analysis is correct, no matter what the secret of the Tianwu world is, it will definitely appear with a world-shaking event. Currently, the most likely event to cause the supreme treasure to appear is when the Tianwu world gathers the Heaven Sovereign, the Human King, and the Underworld Sovereign, then completes the 3 realms and gives birth to the 6 realms, completely becoming a great world. But that also means that the saints from the untainted world will descend here. Do you think you can deal with Tongtian, Hong Yun, the untainted saints, the Heaven Sovereign, and the Human King at the same time? It's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but I think that you don't have to participate in this matter. As long as you grow quickly, after the battle between that guy and Tongtian, no matter who wins, our opportunity will naturally come. You still don't understand what I mean. Lin Yuan sneered twice in his heart and continued to recite, "Now is not the time for me to participate or not. It's about you. Are you willing to bet all your chips on the Tianwu world? Bet that the secret here can definitely kill that guy and completely end this war." "Me? What should I bet on?" The system was slightly startled, as if it didn't react. However, its acting was clumsy. Lin Yuan saw through it at a glance and understood what he meant, but he didn't want to bet on it. In truth, it doesn't matter if you don't want to bet. However, I can tell you directly that if Tongtian obtains this priceless treasure, his chances of victory will be at least 70%. Even if his world isn't as strong as the chaotic world, that guy won't be able to make the chaotic world work together with him. In truth, they are existences of the same level. With the support of the priceless treasure, Tongtian won't lose to him. Then, you won't be facing him, but Tongtian, who has the support of the heavenly Taos of 2 great worlds and a priceless treasure. So I personally suggest that you terminate the contract with us hosts. You can go die, and we'll go our separate ways. So right now, you only have 2 choices. The first is to bet on it and help me become an existence that transcends the heavenly Taos of the Tianwu world. At that time, even if I have to face the encirclement of all sides, I won't necessarily lose. Once I obtain that priceless treasure, we'll have the initiative. Tongtian will have to join hands with us to liberate the chaotic world. Then, the 2 of us will keep each other in check, and you'll regain control of the heavenly Taos. The 3 of us will form a very stable triangular relationship. With the priceless treasure in my hand, I won't be able to defeat Tongtian without your help. Tongtian won't be able to defeat us if we join hands, and you won't be able to defeat me and Tongtian. Of course, you can also choose to give up on participating in this battle. I don't know how well you've prepared, but there's an old saying in China, to deal with external problems, one must first settle internal problems. Both Tongtian and Hongjun understand this principle. Once Tongtian obtains that priceless treasure, he'll have the power to directly challenge that fellow. Sooner or later, the 2 of them will have to fight. But before that, they'll definitely join hands to eliminate your host so that you won't be the one to pick up the spoils. Even if you're lucky enough to escape this encirclement, all the hosts you've managed for so many years will be killed. I'll be conservative, but for at least 30 years, you won't be able to interfere in anything related to the chaotic world. After 30 years, no matter who wins or loses, they'll have the support of the heavenly Taos of 2 great worlds. Adding on a priceless treasure that can kill him, your chances of winning will be 0. Lin Yuan's appearance from his previous life appeared in his mind-sea. His clear eyes were filled with ridicule. He sneered, "Then I'll ask you one more time. Do you want to bet or not? This is my personal opinion, and I respect your choice. So this is the last time I'll advise you to join hands with me." Chapter 999. At this moment, the Ministry of Works encampment alarm rang. The Minister of Works' face darkened slightly. He looked at Lin Yuan, who seemed to be deep in thought, and said in a deep voice, "It's not an internal alarm. It's Shunning City. I'm afraid there's an undefeatable existence in Shunning City. Someone at the northern frontier prince's mansion has sounded the alarm. Should we evacuate or?" Li Zhong's gaze also fell on Lin Yuan. He chuckled and said, "Let's wait for a while. Don't forget, our Dragon King has never tasted defeat since he was born. So what if it's a difficult opponent?" At the same time, Lin Yuan, who was interrupted by the alarm, turned his head. His blue-white vertical pupils flashed, and endless demonic energy poured into the eye of God. He grasped all the movements in the surroundings in his palm, and then continuously expanded the range of his observation. A moment later, 1 person and 2 demons appeared in Lin Yuan's vision. It was the Dean of the Northern Frontier Academy. Other than Yi Bailin, he was the strongest humanoid creature that Lin Yuan had created. His full power was not inferior to an existence at the 4th level of the Void Realm. At this moment, the Dean was like a little chick being held by the throat by an extremely beautiful woman. There was no trace of pain on his face. Instead, it was filled with longing. 2 extremely beautiful women, or rather, 2 extremely beautiful demonesses, were walking step by step toward the Ministry of Works encampment. Along the way, all the cultivators and demonic beasts of the northern frontier did not even have time to show hostility to the 2 demonesses. Like the Dean, their faces were filled with longing, and they followed behind the 2 demonesses like walking corpses. The advancing group was constantly expanding. "Fox demons," Lin Yuan murmured, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The most terrifying thing was that the 2 extremely beautiful demonesses had faces that Lin Yuan was very familiar with. The one walking in front had 6 fluffy snow-white foxtails behind her back. Her face was Lin Yuan's mother. After that upheaval, in order to cover for Lin Yuan's escape, his mother took the initiative to appear and lead the pursuers in the opposite direction. Otherwise, that night, Lin Yuan's entire family would have been wiped out from the world. The aura of the one at the back was much weaker. She only had 5 foxtails behind her, and they were all golden in color. It seemed like she was not from the same clan as the 6-tailed demon fox in front. Her face was the only woman in his previous life who had moved Lin Yuan's heart. She was also the only woman who could make Lin Yuan feel some warmth when he was in dire straits. Later, her enemies found her and threw her down from the 21st floor in front of Lin Yuan. Even her bones could not be found. As his demonic power surged, Lin Yuan could easily cover up the other party's illusion. When part of the face was covered up, Lin Yuan saw 2 demonesses walking on 2 legs. However, once the cover was removed, the 2 incomparably familiar faces would appear again. This was not an illusion. Like other clans, the Fox clan paid attention to the talent of cultivation. However, except for the Tushan clan and the Qingqiu clan, the other 2 clans of demonesses and those ordinary demonesses with mixed bloodlines could be seen by all the people in the universe. The Fox clan was best at illusion. There was a kind of demoness who was born with charm. Even if they did not perform any illusion, they could make the creatures who saw them see what they most longed for, missed, and yearned for. There was a word to describe this kind of demoness in Lin Yuan's previous life. The so-called natural charm referred to this kind of demoness at the beginning. Deji of the Su clan was one such demoness. Under the influence of the natural charm, she was able to make the human world compete with the cultivation world and suppress the North Di clan, the South Barbarian clan, the West tribe, and the East Barbarian clan. Lin Yuan did not know about the other 3 clans. However, in the East Barbarian clan at that time, there was a clan called the Yoqiong clan. Hu Yi, who usurped the throne of the Xia dynasty, he was not the Hu Yi who shot the sun in the period of the 5 emperors, but they were often confused with each other because they had the same name and were good at shooting, was the head of the Yoqiong clan. King Ju of the Shang dynasty was famous for his bravery when he was young. He suppressed the other kings by himself and fought against the entire cultivation world, which was enough to prove his great talent. However, such a great talent was bewitched by the naturally charming Su Deji and made a series of extremely dangerous government orders. Therefore, the civil and military officials of the Zhou dynasty who were ordered to build the heavenly court were killed when the main forces of the Shang dynasty were fighting outside. Even the tribe of Gerizim, which was involved in helping the Shang dynasty, was destroyed by the other 2 sects. The disciples of the tribe of Gerizim either went to the Western religious sect or were taken away as mounts or sent directly to the list of deification. It was the biggest defeat recorded by the Tongtian hierarch who schemed against Hong Jun, but now, the naturally charming demoness appeared in front of Lin Yuan, and there were 2 of them. One of them was destroyed in the extremely powerful Shang dynasty. What about the other 2? Was the family property of the northern frontier enough for them to do anything? Damn it. You appeared in front of me in such an appearance. Are you prepared to be dismembered, have your soul extracted, and be washed by the black water of the nether realm until you become barren of time? Lin Yuan stared at the 2 familiar faces, and the corners of his mouth slowly widened, revealing an extremely ferocious smile. Black gas surrounded his body, and the last sentence was almost a roar. Even though he knew that the other party's appearance was an illusion, Lin Yuan was still tempted. Little Black Jiao, I found you. The 6-tailed demon fox suddenly smiled and looked at the Ministry of Works. After all, the aura that belonged to Lin Yuan suddenly burst out, and he had no intention of hiding it. Anyone who was not blind could sense Lin Yuan's existence. Lin Yuan sneered and said coldly, Demon Fox, this king will give you a suggestion. Use an illusion to cover your charming bones, and this king can promise to let you suffer less when you are alive. Hearing this, the 2 demon foxes were slightly stunned. Was this Black Jiao crazy? They came from the Su clan and the Chenghu clan respectively. They were natural foxes with charming bones that appeared once in 1,000 years. Ordinary creatures would immediately put down all their hostility when they saw them. At the very least, they would let down their guard. After all, those creatures only saw the beauty that they yearned for the most, unless it was someone who killed their wife to prove their Tao. However, how difficult was it to kill one's wife to prove one's Tao? Not to mention that there were many people who could kill their wives to prove their Tao. If they could do it so easily, it meant that they had never loved. The so-called wife had always been a tool in their eyes. Could it be that this Black Jiao was the kind of existence who could kill his wife to prove his Tao? After 3 seconds, Lin Yuan's cold voice sounded again. Negotiations have failed. Since that is the case, this king will let you experience all the pain in this world. He will then wipe out your physical bodies, extract your primordial spirits, and wash them with the black water of the nether realm for countless years. He will let you sink into loneliness and pain until the end of all things. Chapter 1000. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic energy of level 8 of the desolate demon realm surged out. The various equipment, tables, and chairs of the Ministry of Works were pushed aside. Even the Ministry of Works minister and Li Zhong were flushed red from the impact of the demonic energy. Their blood and qi were turbulent, and it was difficult for them to suppress it even with their qi aura. They could only retreat more than 5 kilometers to avoid Lin Yuan's demonic energy. As for the inanimate objects that couldn't leave on their own, they were in an incomparably miserable state. Countless containers containing unknown liquids shattered, and all sorts of precious materials turned to dust. A thick black aura wrapped around Lin Yuan's body, but it was incompatible with the black scales. The two types of black were completely different. Lin Yuan's scales were pure black, and the black gas that wrapped around his body was like the ultimate black. Even if the sky was clear at the moment, it could not eliminate such a black color. All the light that approached Lin Yuan would be swallowed by the black gas. In an instant, the area of 5 meters around Lin Yuan was as terrifying as the night, where one could not even see one's own 5 fingers. When powerful cultivators or demonic beasts attacked, they would use all sorts of fancy techniques. However, the true killing move would be when they gave up all special effects to test each other and engaged in close combat. And the black aura around Lin Yuan was clearly not a special effect. It was an anomaly, the sign of becoming demonic. Li Zhong opened his mouth. The Ministry of Works minister immediately stretched out his hand in front of Li Zhong and said in a low voice, "You're King crazy. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I don't know what's going on outside, but without a doubt, they've touched the Dragon King's bottom line. Right now, the Dragon King is surrounded by a vicious aura that will swallow and annihilate anything that gets close to him. Even if you and I get close, we'll end up the same way. So the only thing we can do now is wait for the Dragon King to kill the invaders outside and then calm himself down." "What if the Dragon King can't calm himself down?" Li Zhong paused and asked with a resentful expression. He also didn't know what was going on outside, but in an instant, the Dragon King had entered a demonic state. Without a doubt, the invaders this time had broken a certain fragile string in the Dragon King's heart. The Ministry of Works minister was silent for a moment and said bitterly, "From now on, there will be no more Blackwater Dragon King in this world. There will only be one Blackwater Dragon King, bringing endless slaughter and disaster to the world. Our Dragon King has such ability." Hearing this, Li Zhong felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Where the hell did these invaders come from? At the same time, a figure descended from the sky and crashed into the night around Lin Yuan almost instantly. Then, it completely disappeared without a trace. Strangely, the moment the figure disappeared, the irritable Lin Yuan actually calmed down. Although the night around him still existed, his demonic energy no longer went berserk. The night also stopped expanding. At the very least, Li Zhong and the Ministry of Works minister didn't have to worry about being swallowed by the night if they didn't retreat. "What is that?" Li Zhong's expression changed. His gaze was somewhat sluggish. The invaders of unknown origin, the Dragon King who suddenly went berserk, and the figure that appeared and disappeared out of nowhere. Was this northern frontier still the northern frontier he knew? At the same time, in Lin Yuan's consciousness world, Lin Yuan, who had transformed into his previous human form, had his hands behind his back. He expressionlessly looked at the void 3 miles away and said indifferently, "This king wants to kill those 2 fox demons now. I don't have time to play with you. I'll give you 2 breaths of time to scram back to where you came from." The void cracked open, and a pitch-black monster that looked like an aberration walked out from the crack. It opened its mouth, revealing a long purple tongue that licked its face. 6 scarlet compound eyes slowly opened up on its head, and it said with a hideous smile, "Black Jiao Dragon, I've been in this world for 3 years. This is the first time you've lost your mind, and there are signs that you're about to turn into a demon. You want this sovereign to leave? Don't even think about it." Even the mutated monster itself had not expected that all of its plans and schemes would be completely nullified by the Black Jiao Dragon. It had initially wanted to see if Lei Fan would be able to find a chance to strike after he had destroyed the Black Jiao Dragon's plans in the south. Never would it have thought that before Lei Fan had even made his move, just the appearance of 2 fox demons within the Black Jiao Dragon's line of sight was enough to cause it to lose its composure. How could it miss such an opportunity? Consume the power of incense to manifest the 4 celestial slaying swords. Lin Yuan said indifferently. When his voice fell, a golden light flashed on his consciousness, and the power of 17 million incense flames disappeared. Immediately, 4 giant sword phantoms with murderous aura suddenly appeared. The appearance of each sword was different, but the fiendish aura contained in them made one's heart palpitate. The 4 celestial slaying swords. You. How do you know it? The alien monster's expression changed suddenly. Its 6 scarlet compound eyes opened wide, as if it could not believe what it saw. It was originally a creature from the Tongtian realm. How could it not know the means of the Tongtian sect leader? The 4 celestial slaying swords fell into the hands of the Tongtian sect leader. During the apotheosized tribulation, on the eve of the destruction of the Jie sect, the Tongtian sect leader had set up the celestial slaying sword formation before practicing the 10,000 immortals formation. Later, when he was besieged by the 4 sages, the Taoist priest rode the green ox into the formation and turned into Sanqing to break the celestial slaying sword formation and take away the 4 swords. Celestial slaying sword formation, out. Lin Yuan said indifferently. The 4 ancient swords shook at the same time and turned into sword shadows that swept across the sky. Almost in the blink of an eye, they sealed off the alien monster's escape routes. Then, the boundless murderous aura on the 4 ancient swords turned into red light and surged out. It was as terrifying as the sky crying for blood rain. Lin Yuan only used the power of incense to copy the celestial slaying sword formation. If the real celestial slaying sword formation was activated, each red light had the power to kill a sage-to-be at the peak or even severely injure a primordial chaos deluo. However, to deal with an alien monster that was not even a true god, the real celestial slaying sword formation was indeed not needed. Damned fellow, do you think a mere illusion can scare me? After a short moment of surprise, the alien monster quickly recovered. Its eyes turned cold and a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood suddenly appeared around it. Boundless murderous aura and resentment soared into the sky and crashed into the blood-red light that fell from the sky without fear. After all, this was the world of consciousness. There was nothing that could not be visualized. However, the power of those imaginary things was still determined by the power of the primordial spirit. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. It suddenly found that the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, murderous aura, and resentment it had visualized could not withstand the rainstorm-like red light of the sword qi and were easily penetrated. The red light of the sword qi did not even wear out and continued to shoot toward it. Chapter 1001. What the hell are you? Ah! The monster's eyes turned cold. In the blink of an eye, a red sword qi easily pierced through its primordial spirit body. Intense pain assaulted it like a tidal wave. One of its pitch-black arms had already melted away, and its primordial spirit body kept swaying. It almost couldn't maintain its body. This was an injury to the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit had lost an arm. Even if the body was intact, it couldn't use that arm anymore. Moreover, injuries to the primordial spirit were far more difficult to heal than injuries to the body. In the space of consciousness, there was still a rain of blood. Lin Yuan just looked indifferently at the monster that kept dodging and moving. There was no emotion in his eyes. Behind him, a ball of white light quietly floated. However, neither Lin Yuan nor the monster could sense its existence. It was because they weren't on the same level. It was just like how a 3-dimensional creature couldn't see a 4th-dimensional scene. I don't believe it. Why is the immortal slaying sword formation in your hands? At this moment, no matter how hard it was for the monster to accept, it had to believe that the red sword chi of this level was definitely not something that Black Jiao, who hadn't even touched the threshold of true God, could visualize. Instead of saying that it was a visualized object, it was better to say that the real immortal slaying sword formation had been destroyed. This Black Jiao's primordial spirit contained the remnant sword shadow of the immortal slaying sword formation. How troublesome. Lin Yuan's eyes were indifferent. He slowly raised his right hand and said indifferently, "Consume the power of incense and manifest the Buddhist kingdom in the palm." As the sound of his voice faded away, the power of the 5 million incense sticks disappeared. A golden light flashed once again on his consciousness. In that instant, the void trembled. At the same time, the sounds of countless Buddhas chanting rang out. It was as if the Buddhist kingdom of the Western paradise had appeared here. A huge golden hand that covered the sky slowly smashed down. When this huge area attack landed, the aberration monster felt that no matter how fast it was, it wouldn't be able to escape from being covered by this huge hand. Buddhist kingdom in the palm, or should I say, five-finger mountain? In Buddhism, it was a divine ability that was extremely famous but not very practical. When the monkey made a bet with Tathagata, he fell into Tathagata's Buddhist kingdom in the palm. No matter how many times the monkey somersaulted, it was impossible for him to escape from Tathagata's Buddhist kingdom in the palm without breaking the Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Therefore, in that bet, the monkey was willing to accept his loss. He was directly suppressed under Tathagata's Five Fingers Mountain for 500 years until Golden Cicada, who was ordered to go to the Western paradise to obtain the Buddhist scriptures, appeared. Speaking of which, it wasn't difficult to break the Buddha country in a palm. It was the pinnacle below the true God realm, which was the monkey's realm back then. If he used his full power, he would be able to break the Buddha country in a palm with just 3 strikes. At that time, he would just need to somersault out. Unless the Tathagata was shameless, the monkey wouldn't have lost that huge gamble. However, this thing was like a ghost going around in circles. As long as you knew how to break it, you could easily break it. If you didn't know how to break it, you wouldn't be able to escape the range of the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. The monster wanted to open its mouth to curse, but no sound came out. WDNMD. What kind of monster was this Black Jiao? First, it was the celestial slaying sword formation. Now, it was the heaven-covering palm. How many magical powers did it have that it hadn't used yet? Actually, ever since I found out about your goal, I've been wanting to laugh. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet me? Lin Yuan's gaze was cold. The heaven-covering palm smashed down. Under its boundless power, it was as if it wanted to crush everything. Heaven and earth lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. In this space of consciousness, it was as if other than the blood rain that filled the sky, there was only this giant golden palm print left. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood that the monster visualized was already shattered into pieces by the red sword aura. Now that it collided with the giant golden palm print, it quickly melted like snow in spring. An unparalleled force pressed down, instantly suppressing the monster under the palm. At this moment, the blood rain that filled the sky drifted down and directly melted the monster into nothingness. What a pity! Lin Yuan waved his right hand, and the afterimages of the immortal slaying sword formation and the Buddhist kingdom in a palm disappeared at the same time. The world of consciousness also returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened just now. Although the monster could not resist the divine sense manifested by the power of 22 million Joss flames, he did not expect this guy to be so cautious. He had been scheming against Lin Yuan, waiting for Lin Yuan to be distracted so that he could take advantage of it. In other words, he definitely thought that the power of his spirit was far superior to that of Lin Yuan. As long as there was a chance, he could wipe out Lin Yuan's spirit and obtain the body with the imprint of the Heavenly Way's origin. From there, he could steal the power of the Heavenly Way's origin. This time, when he saw the 2 naturally charming fox demons, Lin Yuan was indeed a little distracted at first, but he soon realized that this was his best chance to fight back. After all, in terms of the power of the spirit, unless one was as strong as the sage realm, it would be impossible to resist these afterimages of divine sense. After all, the opponent was not the Tongtian sect. Once they entered Lin Yuan's world of consciousness and fought, it would be a one-sided massacre. This was indeed the case. But this guy was a little too cautious. In a situation where he was sure to win, he did not invade Lin Yuan's world of consciousness with his whole spirit. Under the joint attack of the Buddhist kingdom in the palm and the immortal killing sword formation, he decisively gave up the part of his spirit that invaded Lin Yuan's world of consciousness. How to describe this behavior? It was like a person who was seriously injured and chose to amputate between death and amputation. Perhaps there were many similar cases, but have you ever seen someone who could survive after being amputated from the waist down? This guy was similar to being amputated from the waist down, or even more. If the part of his spirit that he abandoned was taken as an example of being amputated, it was probably the part below the ribs that was cut off. It was just that he did not know what kind of means this guy had. If it were an ordinary creature, even if it was an existence in the realm of true God, it would be difficult for him to escape death if he suddenly lost so much spirit. It's a pity that I didn't kill him in this battle. From now on, he has completely given up the idea of taking over my body. But after suffering such a big loss, if he doesn't kill me, I'm afraid it will damage his Taoist heart. The next time we meet, it will be a battle in the material world. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched twice. Even if he lost more than half of his spirit, the opponent was after all an existence that had touched the threshold of true God. The divine sense manifested by the power of 22 million incense might be feared by the opponent, but it would definitely not be able to kill him, or even seriously injure him. He hoped that the method this guy used to repair his spirit was not so heaven-defying, and that he could take a longer time to recover. Chapter 1002. In the real world. The two fox demons carried a large number of confused cultivators and demonic beasts from the northern region. Their movements were as fast as lightning, and they rushed to the station of the Ministry of Works in an instant. However, they stopped outside the dark night around Lin Yuan, and there was a faint look of fear in their eyes. Although the two fox demons were stronger than Li Zhong and were not existences that could be completely devoured by the darkness, they would still be seriously injured if they entered rashly. Coupled with the combat power of the Black Dragon, they were afraid that they would also be at risk of death. Most importantly, they had no idea what this dark night was. When they stood outside, they could perceive that this dark night seemed to be a ferocious beast that chose people to devour, and all creatures that entered it would become its blood food. Lin Yuan was in the center of this dark night and did not seem to be attacked by it. However, it was obviously a bit far-fetched to say that the dark night was Lin Yuan's means, because since Lin Yuan got angry, he had been trapped in the dark night and had not even made any hostile actions until now. Fear flashed in the eyes of the 6 fox demons as they murmured, "Could it be that someone is secretly plotting to attack the Black Jiao while we were disrupting Shunning City? That's impossible." The 5-tailed fox's expression changed slightly as it said in a deep voice, "Devouring the fate of others for our own cultivation is a secret technique unique to the Fox clan. If we have to find a similar existence, it would be the Dao Tai that devours everything. Unless it's Green Hill, Tushan, or the Dao Tai bloodline, no one but us would benefit from attacking the Black Jiao at this time." As soon as it finished, the 2 fox demons fell into silence. The Fox clan mostly lived in Green Hill. Even the Su clan was a branch of the Green Hill Fox clan, but it slowly developed and became a new fox clan. However, the real Green Hill Fox clan had gone extinct many years ago during the war between the Yellow Emperor and Caillou. The history books mentioned that the Yellow Emperor killed Caillou in Green Hill, but few people knew that the war between the 2 strongest beings in the world at that time was a terrible destruction to Green Hill, and what kind of disaster had befallen the living beings who lived there. Su Deiji of the Yusu clan was called the last bloodline of the Qingqiu clan in some literature books. Actually, it was not wrong to say that. After all, the Yusu clan did have the blood of the Qingqiu clan flowing in them. However, in reality, almost all the pure-blooded foxes of the Qingqiu clan were buried with Caillou. As for the Dao Tai, one of the 4 evils, it died because of its own moral flaw. This extremely greedy and gluttonous beast ultimately ended up eating itself. Because it couldn't find any food, a ferocious beast that could even eat itself wouldn't have any bloodline left behind, because in its eyes, its spouse and children were just a kind of food. Those who claimed to have the bloodline of Dao Tai were just boasting, or those who had some kind of ability similar to Dao Tai were called Dao Tai by others. After eliminating those two answers, the remaining answer was obvious. One of the four great fox clans, the Tushan clan. According to the myths and history of the great desolate world, the first Tushan fox demon recorded in the history books should be Tushan Nujiao. She was the wife of Yu the Great, who established the first dynasty in the human world by controlling the flood. She was also the earliest recorded marriage between the demon race and the human race. Before that, although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were powerful, none of them had truly established a dynasty. Therefore, it was not a problem to call Yu the Great the first human king. Later, calling him Yu the Great was a kind of derogatory title. With Yu the Great's achievements, even if he was not respectfully called Diu, it was only right for the monarch of the Xia dynasty to call him Hu Yu. Tushan Nujiao was Diu's wife, and could be said to be the first queen of the Xia dynasty. Her son, Xia Qi, was also very powerful. Before Xia Qi, the emperors were usually abdicated, just like how Yarrow abdicated to Shun, and Shun abdicated to Yu. At the end of Yu's reign, Yu still abdicated the throne to someone called Yi. Although Diu abdicated before his death, it was Diu's son, Qi, who became the emperor in the end. There were 2 theories among the people. One was that the people of the Xia dynasty at that time were grateful for Diu's contribution in controlling the flood, so they supported Diu's son to become the new emperor. The other theory was that after Diu abdicated the throne, some tribes who were unwilling to submit to Yi rebelled and eventually defeated Yi, making Qi the new emperor. The possibility of the latter was undoubtedly higher. After all, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors before Diu all had great achievements, and no one had ever heard of their children being crowned as the new emperor. However, the concept of a dynasty was created by Diu, and it was also from Qi that the public world became the family world. After Qi, the emperors were basically the bloodline of the founding emperor, and there was almost no abdication. Speaking of which, it was related to the feud between the Tushan clan and the Chenghu clan. Before Su Deji, who became famous because of their investiture of the gods, there was also a fox of chaos, who was the wife of the Dongyi Yoqiong clan's leader, Hu Yi. The 3rd emperor of the Xia dynasty, Tai Kang, was ambushed and chased away by Hu Yi, and it was because of the plan of Hu Yi's advisor, Han Yi. After that, Hu Yi supported the puppet emperor, Zhong Kang, and after Zhong Kang's death, he promoted Zhong Kang's son, Xiong, to the throne. In the end, he removed Xiong from the throne and took over the throne himself. These were all Han Yi's plans. At this time, Hu Yi did not know that his wife had already secretly contacted Hu Yi, and in the 8th year of Hu Yi's usurpation of the throne, she bribed one of Hu Yi's attendants to assassinate Hu Yi, and then usurped Hu Yi's throne. After that, she ruled the Xia dynasty for 28 years, and reunited the country after Tai Kang's death. However, in her later years, she did not care about politics, and finally died in the war to restore the country. The father and son pair, Zhong Kang and Xiong, who had been controlled by Hu Yi for 2 generations, naturally did not have any power, so Shao Kang, who had defeated Han Yi in the end, must have had someone supporting him. If one thought about it carefully, it was not hard to see that the only one who could still support Shao Kang's recovery at this time was the Tushan clan, the mother clan of the Xia royal family. The powerful Xia dynasty showed signs of collapse in just 3 generations, and the throne changed hands one after another like a toy. From Hu Yi to Han Yi, there was always a pushing hand behind the scenes. The fox demon who played with the bloodlines of Diu and Tushan Nujiao in the palm of her hand was from the Chenghu clan. Only magic could defeat magic, and only a fox demon like Tushan Nujiao, who was willing to assist the king, could defeat a fox demon like the King of Chaos. The Tushan clan and the Chenghu clan had already established a blood feud since the beginning of the Xia dynasty. Now that it was suspected that the forces of the Tushan clan had entered the scene, the 2 fox demons immediately felt uneasy. Chapter 1003. But the Tushan clan cultivates the Tao of love. They've never done anything like you and my clans to bring chaos to the dynasty. The 5-tailed fox demon looked resentful because it was born in the Chenghu clan and had a blood feud with the Tushan clan. If there really was an expert from the Tushan clan who was stronger than it, then no matter what the fox's goal was, it would have no chance of surviving. A fox demon from the Su clan? It had never counted on that. They were all foxes from the same mountain, so what was there to talk about? They were both foxes that brought disaster to the country, but the Su clan was not much stronger than the Chenghu clan. If this fox demon suspected to be from the Tushan clan had the same goal as them in coming to the northern frontier, then the six-tailed fox demon from the Su clan would not attack it. It would be good enough if the fox demon took its head in exchange for a powerful ally. With a thought, the six-tailed demon fox's eyes, and the cultivators and demonic beasts who were trailing it because they were confused all walked into the darkness. Cultivators below the void netherworld realm would be swallowed by the darkness the moment they stepped in. Even void netherworld realm cultivators would only be able to take 3 to 7 steps before they were swallowed up. Demonic beasts that relied on their strong bodies had it slightly better, but so far, the furthest they had been able to take was only 9 steps. These 2 fox demons really deserved to die. Li Zhong's eyes reddened as he murmured softly. He could not see through the cultivation of the 2 fox demons, but he knew that he was no match for them. On the other hand, he cultivated a special cultivation method that connected his fate with the fate of the northern frontier. If the 2 fox demons attacked him, they would definitely be devoured by the fate of the northern frontier. Sister, could this person be the king of the northern frontier? The 5-tailed fox demon turned its gaze to Li Zhong and said mockingly, connecting your fate with the fate of the northern frontier. Interesting. This is the cultivation method of the human king. How can this world have it? When this matter is over, the 6 fox demons only glanced at it before looking away. They calmly interrupted the 5-tailed fox demon and said, there has never been a human king in this world. Even the high and mighty cultivators are just pawns left behind by that mighty person. The only variable in this world is the northern frontier. Don't forget why that mighty person invited you and me here. Moreover, as long as the Black Jiao is alive, the fate of the northern frontier will not be messed up. Even if you kidnap the northern frontier king, you will only be devoured by the northern frontier's fate. I advise you to give up that idea. The 5-tailed fox's playful expression disappeared. With a bitter face, she said, I will reflect on myself. Don't worry, sister. Buzz. There was a loud noise. The dark night quickly melted like snow in spring, revealing Lin Yuan's huge body that was close to 3,000 feet long. To the demon beasts of the desolate demon realm, 3,000 feet was not huge. However, to Lin Yuan, this body was just right for him to unleash his full strength. Except for Lin Yuan, who was originally a human being and turned into a demonic beast due to various coincidences, the reason why the rest of the demonic beasts transformed into humans was not because of how good their human bodies were. Otherwise, the demonic beasts would not like to reveal their true forms when fighting. The biggest difference between human beings and demon beasts was that human beings could learn and innovate. In terms of physical strength, any demon beast was far better than human beings. The rise of humanity was also one of the keys of the heavens. Demon beasts took human form in order to blend in with the crowd and seek stability. If they lived in the body of a demon beast, sooner or later, they would bring about bad consequences. The 2 demon foxes were slightly stunned. Their faces were full of shock and anger. They looked at each other and their bodies grew at the same time. The 6-tailed demon fox's body was 5,000 feet long, and the 5-tailed demon fox's body was 3,000 feet long. The 3 behemoths looked at each other silently. Vaguely, 3 waves of demon power rose into the sky and constantly collided in the air. Although it was invisible, it stirred up the natural phenomenon. The clouds and mist dissipated. After all, the northern frontier was Lin Yuan's territory, and Shunning City was not far from here. If they attacked without any scruples, they would have to invest a lot of resources and effort to repair the damage after the war. The 2 demon foxes came here to kill Lin Yuan. As long as Lin Yuan died, the fate of the northern frontier would collapse. In this way, they could take the opportunity to absorb the fate of the northern frontier for their own cultivation. The way of cultivation of the Su clan and the Chenghu clan was different from the ordinary way of cultivation, but the effect was incomparably powerful. The strength of the demon concubine Deji, who had once caused chaos in the Shang dynasty, was obvious to all. She was even known as the last nine-tailed fox of the Green Mountains. In the world, there were many Green Mountains in the Fox clan, and the nine-tailed fox was the most respected. When Green Mountains and Nine-tailed gathered into one fox, there was no doubt that this demon fox had the power to turn the world upside down. Although in the history of the Zhou dynasty, Deji was killed by Jiang Shong, there were some clues in the history of later generations. After Deji's death, a woman named Hua Yangtian suddenly appeared in India, which was also one of the four ancient civilizations, and broke the rivers and mountains of India into pieces. Then, in the Tang dynasty, during the Heian period of Dongying, a woman named Tamamo appeared out of nowhere. Looking at the lives of these three women, it could be said that they were almost exactly the same. They were all talented and beautiful, but in the end, they brought disaster to the country and the people. It was not difficult to see that this was what Su Deji did to announce to some people that she was still alive after she escaped from Jiang Shong's hands. Lin Yuan, who shared information with the Heavenly Way's origin, knew a lot about some secrets of the untainted world. Different from the novels in his previous life, the real nine-tailed fox was extremely rare. Talent, opportunity, and coincidence were all indispensable. It was rare to see one in countless years. Otherwise, the nine-tailed fox would not be a legendary existence in the untainted world where Deluo was everywhere. How ridiculous was the saying that when a fox cultivated, it would cultivate one tail in 100 years and become a nine-tailed fox in 1,000 years. Even the humans who ruled countless worlds in the heavens and considered themselves as the primes of all living things had many cultivators who were stuck in a realm for 70 to 80 years. Was it possible that the Fox Demon clan's advancement was like eating and drinking water, and they advanced every 100 years? However, although this kind of cultivation was powerful, its restrictions were also extremely huge. In any case, from what Lin Yuan knew, it seemed that only Su Deji, a fox demon, had used this method to cultivate into a nine-tailed fox. This was also because the untainted world at that time was still vast and boundless, even though it had been shattered a little after the first tribulation of the Dragon Han and the War of the Liches and Demons. How powerful was the human dynasty that was built in such a world? Even Emperor Xin, who was called King Zhu, was a man of great talent and bold vision. Even the Zhou dynasty was destroyed by the strong vassals. However, Emperor Xin of the Shang dynasty before the Zhou dynasty could be said to be the first emperor in history who wanted to centralize power. Chapter 1004. Su Deji had bewitched a wise and bold king and brought chaos to an extremely powerful dynasty. Only then was she able to cultivate into a nine-tailed demon fox. Ever since the investiture of the gods, the eldritch world had been shattered. After the Shang dynasty, there were very few human kings. Most of the emperors were known as the Son of Heaven. Which fox demon dared to bring chaos to the heavenly Tao alone? As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. This saying was absolutely appropriate in the eldritch world. Let's not talk about the distant past. During the time of King Zhu, the Shang dynasty had a population of over 100 billion. However, after the investiture of the gods, the population of the Great Zhou dynasty was less than 50 billion. After various disasters, the world's population was less than 10 billion in Lin Yuan's previous life. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the eldritch world was constantly being destroyed and fled. The world's surface area was getting smaller and smaller. The Fox clan that escaped could not find another dynasty that was comparable to the Shang dynasty. As for the Fox clan that stayed in the eldritch world, although they witnessed the eldritch world's expansion, no fox dared to bewitch the self-proclaimed Son of Heaven and absorb the fate of the nation. If the fox girl from the Chenghu clan before Su Deji had succeeded, she might have surpassed Su Deji in an instant and become a great fox demon above the nine-tailed fox realm. Unfortunately, the Xia dynasty also had the fox from the Tushan clan behind it. In the end, the Xia dynasty was restored and the Chenghu clan failed on the verge of success. Although what she did was greater than Su Deji, her reputation and strength were far inferior to the later Su Deji. However, in the Tianwu world, although there were almighty arrangements, there was no human king descending into the world. Instead, There was an anomaly like Lin Yuan, who had the body of a demon and the soul of a human. Imitating his previous life, he had created the northern region. In a sense, Lin Yuan was the human king of the Tianwu world. However, he had divided his human fate to Li Zhong, and he was the god of the northern region. The two fox demons knew that they might not be able to confuse Lin Yuan, so they wanted to kill him and absorb the human king fate on Li Zhong's body to cultivate. This king is very curious. Who is the Almighty you speak of? Lin Yuan stood in the air. His gaze was cold. He said, "This is this king's last mercy. If you tell me the truth, this king may spare you some suffering." Kai the six-tailed fox demon laughed and said coldly, "Little Black Jiao, we haven't even made a move yet, and you think you won't win?" The six-tailed demons and dark chi. Cultivators and cultivators. Cultivators and cultivators. Sky demon and cultivators to cultivators. And cultivators to the cultivators. Cultivators to the ground. Black cultivators. Cultivators and cultivators by the black cultivators. 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 The six-tailed fox demon's heart moved. She revealed her seductive appearance. However, a moment later, the Nether River creatures were unmoved. Being imprisoned in the black water of the Nether Realm, they have become a part of the black water of the Nether Realm. They do not have their own will and feelings at all. They will only listen to the orders of the Nether River or the orders of Lin Yuan, the master of the Nether River. Even in the face of all the beauty in the world, they will not have any hesitation when Lin Yuan says to kill. Lin Yuan swung his tail. The beasts formed by the Nether Realm's black water all roared. In an instant, the heaven and earth essence chi was mobilized. All kinds of spells gradually appeared. The five-tailed fox demon's expression turned cold. She said in a low voice, "Sister, these monsters cannot be judged by common sense. Right now, they want to gather power to attack us. If we sit and wait, we may die. I will go first and stop these monsters for you. But I heard that these monsters are supported by the presence of the Nether Realm. They cannot be killed or destroyed. Sister, please kill Black Jiao as soon as possible." As soon as the five-tailed fox demon finished speaking, her enormous body started to run. She crashed into the Nether River creatures. She clawed and turned all the Nether River creatures in front of her back into Nether Realm's black water. However, when the black water fell to the ground, it wriggled and took shape again. The five-tailed fox demon looked fierce, but her efforts were useless. Speaking of which, even if it was useless, she had to do it. Allowing these Nether River creatures to gather power and cast spells was undoubtedly an act of suicide. Just like those heroes in Lin Yuan's previous life, if they were good, they could escape unscathed or even kill 30 to 50 ordinary archers at the same time. However, if they were in a military formation, they would be hit by thousands of arrows at the same time. The six fox demons' eyes twitched slightly. They glanced at the five-tailed fox demon, who was like a fierce tiger in a flock of sheep, and cursed in their hearts. If the five-tailed fox demon had to choose between the Nether River creatures and Black Jiao, she would rather face the Nether River creatures. Even if the purpose of their trip was to kill the Black Jiao, they had never underestimated the Black Jiao. It had been less than 3 years since he was born, but he had shown a remarkable aura since he was born. Until now, he had not been defeated. Perhaps Lin Yuan's cultivation was nothing in the untainted world, but how many people in the untainted world could have such a brilliant battle record as Lin Yuan? Even the great god Pangu, who created the world back then, fought against 3,000 ancient demon gods alone. Although he won in the end, didn't he end up dying and turning into all things? Before Lin Yuan was really defeated, any existence that was his enemy had to fear Lin Yuan's invincible momentum. It was similar to those heroes in the novels in Lin Yuan's previous life who cultivated invincible momentum. This was the root of it. It was not that the invincible momentum had a great advantage, but with the invincible momentum, whether it was fighting with others or exploring the heaven accessing place, unless the opponent also had the invincible momentum, the opponent would be afraid before the fight started. At this moment, the same was true for the six-tailed fox demon beast. Although it came with the intention to kill Lin Yuan in its heart, when it really faced Lin Yuan, it still couldn't help but shrink back in its heart. This king is here. Why are you afraid? Lin Yuan looked at the six-tailed demon fox indifferently. He sneered and said, well. This king hasn't killed for a long time. You have forgotten how this king became famous. How dare you covet my northern frontier? Although he did not know which powerful figure was setting up the trap, Lin Yuan had never been afraid. Killing Hong Jun was the main task of the system, and Lin Yuan would face it sooner or later. But at this stage, Lin Yuan did not need to worry about it. Now he had to face Ancestor Ming from the Nether Blood Sea. In the future, when he entered the untainted world, Lin Yuan was bound to get a deity position related to the underworld. In the future, the gods did not appear, but there were many powerful figures in the underworld. According to time and place, any one of them was a famous figure. Not to mention the most famous 10 kings of hell, Empress Pingshin, who was the incarnation of Hutu's will after her death, Xitigaba Bodhisattva, who was in charge of the Nether Blood Sea to suppress Ancestor Ming, and the mysterious Lord of Mount Tai. Chapter 1005. Creak, creak. A crisp sound spread out. Under the collision of the 3 demonic powers, cracks slowly appeared in the boundless void. Lin Yuan's gaze turned. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura rushed over like a torrent. Even with Lin Yuan's current physique, he was knocked back more than 10 feet by the aura surging from the void. His blood and qi were in turmoil. What is that? Lin Yuan was slightly startled and subconsciously murmured. He was not an existence that had not seen the world. Previously, in the Endless Sea, he was thought to be dead by Hong Jun. Even Hong Jun made a move to send down a consciousness body. If not for the world's will and the incomplete heavenly Tao's origin acting at the same time, Lin Yuan would have been killed. But even if it was just a consciousness body of Hong Jun, he would not dare to say that just a trace of aura could injure him to such an extent. In the sea of bitterness, a crack in the void, it was related to the chaotic world. It was even stronger than Hong Jun. Lin Yuan's thoughts flashed through his mind, but his eyes still showed a look of shock. No matter which world it was, there was karma. Even an almighty like Hong Jun would not casually form karma. Lin Yuan and the 2 fox demons' demonic powers collided and caused a crack in the void. Even if an almighty happened to pass by, he would only laugh it off. Even if he met a narrow-minded one, the other party would at most berate him verbally. Why would he directly injure him like this? Obviously, the other party was most likely the almighty that the 2 fox demons were talking about. In other words, the other party was most likely from the chaotic world. The aura just now was directed at Lin Yuan. It was just that his body was too strong. Even the realm of his incarnation had exceeded the limit that the sky martial world could withstand. So he could only wait in the sea of bitterness. Taking advantage of the moment when the crack in the void appeared, he used his aura to hit Lin Yuan. As for the other party's identity, Lin Yuan had already guessed. After all, in the Primeval world, there were only a few people who could compete with Hong Jun, the Tao ancestor who was in harmony with the way of heaven. There was only one person who could use the void crack to accurately injure Lin Yuan, old ancestor Yang Mai. Not counting Tongtian and Hong Yun, there was also Yang Mai. It seemed that Hong Jun had offended a lot of people after merging with the heavenly Taos, and all of them had their eyes set on the heaven martial world. It seemed that Hong Jun's calamity was indeed in the heaven martial world. And he had to count himself in as well. Although Lin Yuan was not confident to the point of being conceited, he still had some means. The system had sent him to the heaven martial world, and he had indeed walked on a path that was completely different from the other hosts. It was hard to say that this was not the influence of fate. Otherwise, why would he be sent to the heaven martial world, and not to the other worlds? Later generations always liked to call the destined person the son of luck, but the two were completely different existences. The destined person, like Lin Yuan today, had the way of heaven behind him, whether in the light or in the dark. Whether it was the speed of cultivation or the opportunities obtained, they were far superior to other transcendents. But the destined person was set up by the way of heaven, and all the opportunities and coincidences were secretly arranged by the way of heaven. Just like the system's sacrificial function, all of them were equivalent exchanges. The only difference was that in the early and middle stages, the one who paid was the way of heaven, and the one who received the benefits was the destined person. But in the later stages, when it came to the harvest, the destined person's fate was naturally needless to say. The strong one defied the heavens, the weak one died. There was rarely a third ending. But what about the son of fate? Fate was a kind of law. It was an existence far above the way of heaven. All the gains of the son of fate were not arranged in advance. It was just that some treasures or opportunities happened to appear and were attracted by the son of fate's luck, becoming the son of fate's assistance. In other words, being lucky was lucky, and being schemed against was being schemed against. Although the two seemed similar in the early and middle stages, the results in the later stages were completely different. With a thought, Lin Yuan looked at the six-tailed demon fox, whose face was full of joy, and said coldly, "Even if you have the patriarch of Yangmai behind you, this king will still kill you today." The patriarch of Yangmai? Move back a little. Hong Jun, who was in harmony with the way of heaven, and Ping Xin, who was trapped in the netherworld, which one of them was not more difficult to deal with than Yang Mai? Hong Jun, who was in harmony with the way of heaven, had fought with Yang Mai in the primordial world. Both sides had their wins and losses, and no one had gained an advantage. However, in the end, didn't Hong Jun become the supreme ruler of the primordial world? Although Empress Pingxin was the primordial spirit of the earth goddess and was trapped in the netherworld, and the remnants of the witch tribe had to hide in the netherworld to survive, Empress Pingxin was almost invincible in the netherworld. Even if Hong Jun, who was in harmony with the way of heaven, entered the netherworld, she could still fight against him. Lin Yuan did not deny that Yang Mai was powerful, but the two demon foxes had already touched his taboo. It was no different from a fool's dream to think that he could escape this calamity by relying on Yang Mai. Moreover, once Lin Yuan's plan succeeded, he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the rules in the Tianwu world. Not to mention Yang Mai, even if Hongjuan's real body came, he would not be able to defeat Lin Yuan in the Tianwu world. Back then, Hong Jun had been able to drive Yang Mai out of the primordial world. Could Lin Yuan not do the same? The joy on the six-tailed demon fox's face instantly disappeared, because in its sight, Lin Yuan had already swung his tail and flew over, as if he did not take the patriarch of Yang Mai's warning to heart. "Black Jiao, how dare you!" The six-tailed demon fox's expression changed, and the 6 snow-white foxtails on its back smashed down like steel whips. The demonic energy in its body poured out as if it was free of charge. Obviously, it wanted to break the void again and force the patriarch of Yang Mai to kill Lin Yuan. System, consume the power of incense to stabilize the void around me. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with the fire of fighting intent as he spoke slowly. Every time the six-tailed demon fox attacked, the power of incense would decrease by a lot. However, the strength of the six-tailed demon fox was only comparable to a peak demon king at most. Even if it could break the spatial barrier and cause a spatial crack to appear temporarily, it would only be able to break the spatial barrier 2 or 3 times if it was lucky. The amount of incense he used to stabilize the spatial barrier was almost negligible. In front of the 400 million incense points on the system interface, how laughable was this consumption? Despair began to appear at this moment. Lin Yuan's face was filled with a ferocious smile as he quickly approached the six-tailed demon fox. He opened his mouth and spat out an endless amount of black ice, which turned into countless divine weapons in mid-air. It was a small trick of the ice-controlling technique, but its power was countless times stronger than when he first came to this world and dealt with Batu. Even Heaven Star Realm and Mountain Lord Realm experts would die under this technique. Chapter 1006. Damn it. Black Jiao. You're the one who forced me to risk my life. The 6 fox demons' faces turned cold. They gathered their 6 tails, and orange flames burned on the tips of their tails, making them look like 6 suns. Foxfire was the fox demon's signature move. The strength of a fox demon depended on whether the fox demon could control foxfire. According to the records of his previous life, fox demons could release foxfire from the tips of their tails when they were in fox form, and from the tips of their fingers when they were in human form. The Book of Snow in Bayou stated that foxfire came from the fox's mouth. There were many different opinions, but no one could convince the masses. But in reality, only great fox demons could truly control foxfire. They could cause a huge fire by throwing out foxfire from their tails. As one of the few non-illusionary techniques of the fox demon race, foxfire was not something all fox demons could use. However, there were some fox demons with low strength who could use illusionary techniques. That was why there were different opinions. The illusionary foxfire only used a person's psychology, similar to some hypnosis experiments in his previous life. But the real foxfire, even Lin Yuan could not help but have a look of fear in his eyes. As expected of the fox demon favored by the patriarch of Yang Mai, it had some skills. When the foxfire was thrown out from the tip of the 6-tailed fox demon's tails, it turned into fire dragons that fiercely collided with the black ice weapons that Lin Yuan spat out. In an instant, the endless black ice melted, and the 6 fire dragons gathered together to form a 6-tailed fire fox. Its every movement revealed an aura of supremacy. However, at this level of cultivation, no one was a pushover. With a thought from Lin Yuan, the Netherrealm's black water gathered into a pitch-black water dragon before it landed on the ground. It tightly coiled around the 6 fire foxes formed by foxfire. The 2 beasts kept tearing and biting at each other. The degree of brutality was not inferior to a real battle between starving beast. Every time he bit, regardless of whether he removed the flaming fox's body or the nether water dragon's flesh, they would all turn into pure spiritual energy of the world. The 5-tailed fox demon, who was fighting with the nether river creatures nearby, as well as Li Zhong and the Minister of Works, who had not gone far but could not interfere, immediately received endless benefits. The coldness in the eyes of the 5-tailed fox demon flashed. She waved her claws and swept the nether river creatures in front of her into the black water of the nether realm. She opened her mouth and roared to the sky. Then, she ran toward Lin Yuan. At this moment, although Lin Yuan and the 6-tailed demon fox were not in close combat, both of them were using their Dharma powers to fight. Although this kind of battle did not seem as bloody as a physical battle, it was undoubtedly more dangerous. This was because the power that controlled the Dharma body was the power of the primordial spirit. Once the Dharma body was defeated, the primordial spirit would be damaged. Furthermore, during the battle, the Dharma body had to be fully focused and could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, the primordial spirit and the Dharma body would not be in harmony and would immediately enter a dangerous situation. Attacking Lin Yuan's main body right now could be said to be both vicious and deadly. What a vicious fox demon! Li Zhong's face turned cold. The aura of the human king around him surged. He unsheathed the sword at his waist and was about to meet the 5-tailed fox demon. Although he still could not see through the 5-tailed fox's true cultivation, from the looks of the 6-tailed demon fox, this 5-tailed fox's strength was most likely at the Demon King realm. Although he had improved, he was still no match for it. He should be able to withstand 3 to 5 moves. My northern frontier is a battle of righteous gods. How dare you be so presumptuous? Before Li Zhong had the time to draw his sword, he heard a soft cry from the sky. In the next moment, a figure wearing a white and red witch robe descended from the sky. Judging from her appearance, she looked even more like a demon beast than the 2 demon foxes that had yet to reveal their true forms. Although she had a human body and a human face, she had a pair of slender fox ears on her head. 3 fiery red fox tails extended from the back of her witch robe. The tips of the tails were pure white, but the most eye-catching feature was her eyes. Those were a pair of golden, vertical pupils. Kagura! Li Zhong's movements paused slightly, and he could not help but exclaim in surprise. As a demi-human who had defected to the northern frontier, the infamous fox girl Kagura had not appeared in the northern frontier for some time. However, Li Zhong clearly remembered that Kagura was a hybrid of a human and a fox. She had inherited her pair of eyes from her father, which was a pair of fox eyes. All living things were free, and the eyes of a fox were the most charming eyes. The eyes were square and often looked down. The head of the eyes was lower and a little round, and the ends of the eyes were upturned. The black and white of the eyes were not distinct, giving people a kind of drunken hazy feeling. It looked especially charming. Even if a person with fox eyes did not have good facial features, they would still attract many admirers. However, it was clear that the fox eyes were completely different from the vertical pupils of snake-type creatures. Northern Frontier God System, Inari God, Kagura. Greetings, Taoist friend. Kagura took a step forward and crossed a distance of hundreds of feet. She directly stood in front of the five-tailed fox demon. Her vertical pupils were slightly curved, like a pair of beautiful crescent moons. Although she did not make a move, the aura she exuded was not inferior to that of the five-tailed fox demon. The power on Kagura's body was not demonic power or gang chi, but another kind of power of a higher level. What is Inari God? Li Zhong turned his head to look at the Minister of Works. The Minister of Works pondered for a moment and smiled bitterly. Do you still remember that among the 6 departments of the Northern Frontier, Kagura is the head of the Department of Revenue, and she is responsible for the household registration and finance of the Northern Frontier people? According to the Department of Rights list of the Northern Frontier God System, Inari God is also known as the God of Harvest. She is in charge of harvesting crops. Therefore, this fox girl Kagura is very likely to be the second god of the Northern Frontier after the god of war Batu. At this point, the Minister of Works was silent for a moment and then said softly, "Also, the Department of Rights asked me to remind you not to think that the Dragon King is biased and did not give you a god position. According to the Dragon King's plan, you will become an existence more powerful than a god in the future. Giving you a god position may increase your strength in a short period of time, but in the long run, it will harm you. An existence more powerful than a god." Li Zhong was slightly absent-minded and could not help but murmur. During the Age of Chaos, the gods were the supreme existence. However, in the world of cultivation, the gods were just slightly stronger cultivators or monsters. This understanding was only completely broken after Lin Yuan appeared. Powerful cultivators, yin gods, and the like were not worthy of the word god. However, no matter what, becoming a god was a symbol of extraordinary power. What was an existence more powerful than a god? Thinking of this, Li Zhong was so excited that he trembled. Right at this moment, another furious roar resounded, and it seemed to be on the verge of shattering the sky. A golden ape that was over 1 kilometer long and covered in golden fur dashed over with a stone rod that seemed like a pillar in the sky in hand. Instead of saying that it was running, it could be said to be bouncing. Every single time it descended to the ground, it would directly traverse a distance of over 100 m. Chapter 1007. At this moment, the five-tailed demonic fox was speechless. It had planned to take advantage of the battle between the Black Jiao and the six-tailed demon fox before attacking the Black Jiao. Even if it could not kill the Black Jiao in one blow, it could at least severely injure the Black Jiao. But now, before it could reach the Black Jiao, a demi-human fox girl who called herself the Inari goddess of the Northern Frontier came. In the distance, the god of war of the Northern Frontier, Batu, was approaching. Kagura alone was not inferior to the five-tailed demonic fox. With the addition of Batu, who was stronger than it, the five-tailed demonic fox could not even protect itself, let alone attack Lin Yuan. It made sense. After all, this was the Northern Frontier, the territory of the Black Jiao. If it wanted to join forces to severely injure Lin Yuan here, it was no wonder that the powerhouses of the Northern Frontier would take action. Suddenly, the five-tailed demonic fox's eyes turned cold, and it shouted, "Black Jiao, we are the disciples of the patriarch Yang Mai. If you insist on being enemies with us, you are going against the patriarch Yang Mai. If you stop now, we will leave and never interfere in the affairs of the Northern Frontier again. How about it?" In response, the five-tailed demonic fox was still crazily biting and strangling the five-tailed demonic fox. Seeing this scene, the five-tailed demonic fox could see that when the patriarch sent out a breath to warn Lin Yuan in the Sea of Bitterness, Lin Yuan had already guessed who was behind them. But how dare the Black Jiao? That was the patriarch Yang Mai, who had comprehended the way of space and obtained the hollow willow tree. Even the one in the eldritch world who had merged with the way of heaven had to respectfully address the patriarch Yang Mai as fellow Daois. Since the Black Jiao had karmic ties with the eldritch world, it was impossible that it did not know the level of the patriarch Yang Mai. However, even if it had Hong Jun behind it, the patriarch Yang Mai would kill it in anger. Even Hong Jun would not dare to cause any trouble. I thought that you knew my background and deliberately came here to stop me from achieving Dao. I didn't expect that you were just two greedy fox demons. Lin Yuan said in a cold tone while maintaining his Dharma form. The 6 fox demons looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with fear. Although losing the battle of the Dharma form would not lead to death, it would undoubtedly hurt one's foundation. In a real battle of magical powers, just the appearance of a powerful Dharma form was enough to scare off countless opponents. After all, if the Dharma form was damaged, the Dharma power would go against the flow, and if it was damaged, the primordial spirit would be damaged. Other than the heavenly Tao sage who had entrusted his primordial spirit to the way of heaven, no one dared to underestimate the consequences of a Dharma form being destroyed. But what was the Black Jiao doing? While fighting with the Dharma form, the Black Jiao still had the energy to care about other things and even speak directly. Didn't this mean that the Black Jiao was just casually fighting with all its might? How could this be? A mere Black Jiao from the barren demon realm. Seeing that Lin Yuan had no intention of compromising, the 5-tailed fox demon glanced at the 6-tailed fox demon, who was covered in cold sweat. She smiled apologetically and used her tiger claws to crush a pure white jade pendant. In the next moment, the power of distorted space appeared and enveloped the 5-tailed fox demon. No. No, no, no. Damn it, how dare you? Seeing this scene, how could the 6 fox demons not see that their comrade had decided to abandon them under pressure? She had used the space talisman given to her by ancestor Yang Mai before she came to the Tianwu world to teleport away. Not to mention that the Black Jiao was not someone they could fight against, even if the Black Jiao used all his strength. After Kagura and Batu joined the battle, without the 5-tailed fox demon beside them, the 6-tailed fox demon would definitely be severely injured. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Yuan still had a sinister smile on his face as he said coldly, "This is the northern frontier, my divine realm. Even in the chaotic world, not any Tom, Dick, or Harry can escape unscathed after messing with someone else's training ground." As his voice fell, it was as if the world was resonating with his words. The power of space that had appeared because of the jade pendant's destruction seemed to have seen its natural enemy. It ran faster than a rabbit and quickly merged into the surrounding space, as if nothing had happened. But the problem was, the 5-tailed fox demon's body that had been enveloped by the power of space was completely taken away by the power of space. Dong. The body that was only a few hundred feet tall suddenly fell to the ground. A primordial spirit flew out of the body and the 5-tailed fox's original appearance could be vaguely seen. At that moment, it had lost the support of its natural charm and looked just like an ordinary fox that was baring its teeth. The 5-tailed fox demon that had died because of Lin Yuan's words suddenly changed its expression. It was so angry that it did not even dare to say anything. It gritted its teeth and fled into the distance. The destruction of the physical body was never a big deal to the creatures of the chaotic world. There were countless treasures and supreme powers that could reconstruct the body. Even if the patriarch Yang Mai was not willing to pay such a huge price for it, it could still escape back to the chaotic world and enter the investiture of the gods at the cost of its true spirit being bound. From then on, it would cultivate the path of godhood. This king said that he would extract your primordial spirits and inject them into the black water of the netherworld realm to wash it for countless years until all living things die. Do you think this king's words are nonsense? Another cold laugh sounded. Suddenly, countless black chains appeared between heaven and earth, just like the netherworld used to capture souls in the chaotic world. However, these black chains all surged out from the bodies of the creatures of the netherworld that it had killed. The battle at that moment had become a battle between the creatures of the netherworld. The original suppression in terms of cultivation level could not be counted now. With just its primordial spirit, it could not fight so many creatures of the netherworld. Black Jiao. The patriarch Yang Mai will not let you go. The six-tailed demon fox roared and forcefully withdrew its Dharma form at the cost of damaging its primordial spirit. As the Dharma form of the six-tailed firefox was extinguished, the real body of the six-tailed demon fox also spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura on its body was weak and disordered. However, it did not dare to stay any longer. Its figure flashed and rushed towards the south. Oh, running? If you can run, I will pluck my head off and give it to you. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. The clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed and a huge golden hand appeared. It grabbed the six-tailed demon fox that was constantly flashing. At the same time that the huge golden hand appeared, in the central plains of the Shunwu dynasty, the strange monster hiding in Lei Yifan's body shrank its neck and did not dare to look at the strange scene in the northern frontier. In fact, it was meaningless to look at it. It had personally experienced the power of the Black Jiao. A mere six-tailed demon fox dared to cause trouble in the northern frontier? It did not know the meaning of death. Boom! The huge golden hand slammed down heavily. The six-tailed demon fox, who wanted to escape with serious injuries, did not even see the Wei River. It was like a fly that was slapped to the ground by the huge golden hand. Chapter 1008. One was a peak demon king, while the other was a mid-stage demon king. The six-tailed demon fox and the five-tailed demon fox were like that in the Tianwu world. If the sovereign and the demon ancestor did not appear, they would be invincible in the world. But in the northern frontier, in less than 30 breaths, the two invincible existences were killed. Countless existences who were spying on this battle fell silent, especially the Dao initiation realm cultivators among the Heavenly Gate Guardians. All the great cultivators who had conflicts with Lin Yuan kept quiet out of fear. They could not even control their breathing, and gradually, it became difficult to breathe. Strong. Too strong. Although the Tianwu continent 3 years ago was not much different from today, cultivators above the Heaven Dipper realm rarely appeared. Even if they reached the Void realm, they could roam the world. As long as they did not provoke the demon lineage or the Heavenly Gate Guardians, even the 7 great empires had to treat them with respect. Similarly, even if the demon beasts of the desolate demon realm massacred human cities, as long as the Void realm cultivators did not do anything, no one dared to interfere. What did the demon kings of that era mean? Even if they destroyed an empire, as long as the Heavenly Gate Guardians did not say anything, the world would pretend that they did not see anything. But today, 2 such terrifying existences, one without a corpse and the other smashed into meat paste, Lin Yuan once again changed the world's understanding of her. In the beginning, no one dared to provoke Lin Yuan because Lin Yuan used the ancient demon court's banner. After entering the Endless Sea, the dragon race of the 4 seas did not see the ancient demon court's almighty make a move, so some people lowered Lin Yuan's danger level. But not long after, Lin Yuan summoned an unknown existence to start a massacre under Willowstone Fortress. Even the top Heavenly Gate Guardians were shocked. But why was Lin Yuan so feared at that time? Because Lin Yuan had a powerful backer behind him. But today was different. Lin Yuan had already displayed his strength. He did not block the other almighty spying, not because he could not do it, but because he wanted to announce to the world that he, Lin Yuan, indeed had the strength to kill Dao initiation realm cultivators and demon king realm beast. Scram! Lin Yuan stood in the air and his body gradually shrunk, turning back into a black jiao that was less than 3 meters long. He spoke indifferently, instantly dispersing the gazes that gathered on him. At this moment, Lin Yuan's aura was too strong. With his desolate demon realm cultivation, he had slain 2 demon kings consecutively. His invincible aura was getting stronger. Even if his realm wasn't as high, his aura alone was enough to make most people tremble in fear. Even some self-proclaimed transcendent realm and ancestral demon realm mighty figures were secretly thinking if they could become the victor if they were to encounter Lin Yuan. From this, it could be seen how deeply Lin Yuan's invincible aura was ingrained in people's hearts. After everything returned to normal, Lin Yuan slowly landed on the ground. His gaze swept over Kagura, Batu, and Li Zhong. After a moment of silence, he turned to look at Kagura and asked, "How is the matter this king asked you to prepare?" Replying to the king of gods, "Everything has been arranged. We're only waiting for the king of gods to personally come to the gods' court to teach us." Kagura bowed slightly. Her seductive face didn't reveal any arrogance even though she was already standing among the first-order powerhouses of the current era. When Lin Yuan was ascending to godhood, he had secretly told her that there was no such thing as a god in the Qianwu world. Even Lin Yuan himself had borrowed the power of a mighty figure to obtain the authority of a god. Although it was still possible to ascend to godhood, she and Batu were only pseudo-gods. Under the eruption of divine power, they could fight against ordinary demon kings. Although they could still fight against those pseudo-gods who claimed to be ancestral demon, the chances of winning weren't very high. Whether they could become true gods in the future still depended on luck. However, thanks to Lin Yuan, Kagura already knew what kind of world the Qianwu world was. In the world that Lin Yuan was involved with, pseudo-gods couldn't even be considered as ants. And the matter that Lin Yuan asked her to do was very simple. After all, she was in charge of the Northern Frontiers Ministry of Revenue. She was in charge of all the household registration and financial matters. Every creature that settled down or was born in the northern frontier was recorded in the Ministry of Revenue's archives. What she needed to do was to select the truly one in a million geniuses from these creatures in the northern frontier and establish the Northern Frontier Divine Court. They would contribute to the future divine system of the northern frontier. "Yes, this king will go in a moment." Lin Yuan nodded slightly. With a light swing of his tail, two nearly transparent souls were captured in front of him. If one looked closely, they would be able to see the appearances of the two fox demons that ran rampant in the northern frontier. This king said before that you can either use illusions to hide the effects of the seductive bone, or this king will let you die a painful death. Then, he will extract your primordial spirits and wash them in the nether realm's black water. Unfortunately, this king went back on his words. You won't die a painful death. However, since he said the other half of the sentence, this king will definitely do as he said. Lin Yuan looked coldly at the primordial spirits of the two fox demons and said mockingly. Even Li Zhong and the Minister of Works couldn't help but shiver. At this point, how could they not know how these two fox demons had offended the Dragon King? The natural effect of the bewitching bones allowed them to become the most desirable appearance in the eyes of others even if they did not deliberately use the illusion technique. Even the Dragon King was no exception. However, it was obvious that the Dragon King's past experience made it so that after seeing the two faces, not only did it not have any longing in its heart, it burst out with endless anger and almost went mad because of it. Just because they didn't hide their innate talent in front of the Dragon King, their primordial spirits were going to be extracted and washed in the nether realm's black water until eternity. Although the Qianwu world was originally an incomplete world, without the heaven realm and the underworld, and without the 6 paths of reincarnation, if the Dragon King hadn't left them some of the nether realm's black water before entering the endless sea, they probably wouldn't have any concept of the existence of the nether river. Primordial spirits or souls being placed in the nether river, what kind of concept was that? It was the same as inheriting all your memories after you died, but you would not have any feelings of your own, because your soul had already become a part of the river Styx. That was not the end of it. The soul that was soaked in the black water of the underworld realm would experience the pain of death all the time. As for the two fox demons, one had died in the spatial turbulence, and the other had died from the giant palm formed by the Dragon King's demonic energy. No matter how one thought about it, it was not a peaceful death. In order to not experience the pain of death and to have their own feelings, all the creatures of the Nether River, no matter how much they hated the Dragon King when they were alive, would do their best to offer their loyalty to the Dragon King after death. They would do anything to please the Dragon King, just for a chance to be free. Because other than the Dragon King, the master of the Nether River, there was no existence in this world that could free them. Chapter 1009. And these two fox demons were the only two that the Dragon King declared to be soaked in the underworld realm's black water until the end of all living thing. Li Zhong did not know what the end of all living things was, but as the human king of the northern frontier, he knew very well all living things in the world had a cycle of reincarnation. Even if the cycle of reincarnation did not manifest, it did not mean that it did not exist. It was like a seed sprouting into a towering tree, and after the tree died, it would gradually decay into nutrients and return to the land. Unless this cycle of reincarnation was broken, all living things would not welcome the end. So the Dragon King's words, when translated into the common language of the Tianwu continent, meant "I will soak you in the underworld river until the end of the world." How many years would it take for the world to be destroyed? Li Zhong did not know, but he knew that unless he could become an existence stronger than gods, as the Dragon King said, he would never see that day come. The souls of the two fox demons wailed and turned into pitch-black color. As Lin Yuan's demonic power loosened, they fell to the ground with 2 ticks, turning into 2 drops of pitch-black liquid, and then melted on the ground. In the time that I was not in the northern frontier, you did well. Keep up the good work. As his voice fell, Lin Yuan's figure moved and disappeared from Li Zhong's sight. After 2 breaths, Lin Yuan appeared on the peak of a mountain. 200 youths wearing the same black clothes silently looked at Lin Yuan, who had suddenly appeared. Their eyes were gradually filled with fanaticism. To the creatures of the northern frontier, even if Lin Yuan did not call himself a god, there would still be people who would regard him as a supreme god. This was because Lin Yuan's appearance had undoubtedly changed the fates of many people. Those who should have been high and mighty had fallen into the dust. Those who should have died without a name had the chance to leave a mark in this world. And now, these youths, whose average age was only 12 or 13, and the oldest had just turned 16, had become Lin Yuan's gods chosen. In this cruel world, most children matured early. Even if they were only 12 or 13 years old, they knew that their fates would completely change from this moment onwards. If there were no accidents in the future, they would all become incomparably powerful cultivators. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for standing out from the countless creatures of the northern frontier. From now on, you are this king's disciples, cultivating the immortal techniques that this king personally passed down. Unless you fall from an accident, in the near future, any one of you will be able to do something that can shake the sky martial continent with a stomp of your feet. Lin Yuan coiled his flood dragon body together in mid-air. His voice was not loud, but it was accurately transmitted to the ears of every teenager. What did it mean to be the Dragon King's disciple? The Northern Frontier Star-class generals were also Dragon King's disciples. Although they had formed a general Blackwater army, their average strength was in the Heaven Star realm. If they were placed in the Northern Frontier and Southern Expedition armies, they would at least be captains leading 2,000 soldiers. However, they would rather stay in the Blackwater army and be an officer. This was because as the Dragon King's personal army, the status, treatment, and even future of the Blackwater Army soldiers were incomparable to other armies. Even if they no longer continued to serve in the Blackwater Army, if they were placed in any army in the northern frontier, they would still receive the treatment of a general. They could even be promoted to the Ministry of War and become a new noble in the northern frontier's imperial court. And now, they had also become the Dragon King's disciples. The biggest difference between them and the Star-class generals was that the Star-class generals were only the Dragon King's disciples in name. In reality, their lessons were still handled by the various teaching institutes in the Northern Frontier Academy. However, they were personally taught by the Dragon King and were truly the Dragon King's disciples. This was not an exaggeration at all. Then, I still have to congratulate all of you. This is because the techniques that this king imparts will be extremely compatible with your body's aptitude. Furthermore, the higher the limit of this world, the higher the realm you will be able to cultivate to. There won't be a situation where after cultivating to a certain realm, you will lose the subsequent cultivation techniques and be unable to progress for the rest of your life. Lin Yuan spoke again. This time, a look of surprise appeared in the eyes of most of the youths. As the top geniuses selected from countless creatures in the northern frontier, most of them were humans, but there were also some demi-humans. Because they were now isolated from the Hungduan Mountains, no young demonic beasts were selected. However, from another perspective, to be able to give birth to outstanding offspring, the parents must also be powerful cultivators. To put it in a more scientific way, one could not expect the union of two mortals with no aptitude for cultivation to give birth to an offspring with extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. That kind of genetic mutation was extremely rare. Therefore, these youths were no strangers to cultivation. It could even be said that they had been taught by their families. After all, at this age, if they were born in a mortal family, it would be impossible to test their aptitude for cultivation, and they would not know how to build a foundation for their children. Therefore, after cultivating to a certain realm, these youths were actually not unfamiliar with the cases where their cultivation techniques could not keep up with their aptitude. In particular, some of the youths were from the Red Dust Society. The Red Dust Taoist was a living example. How precious was a cultivation technique that was extremely compatible with one's characteristics and had no upper limit for cultivation. Once this news was released, there was no need to verify whether it was true or false. It would set off a reign of terror in the cultivation world. Therefore, while these precocious youths were secretly delighted, they also secretly made plans to keep their mouths shut. Even if someone close to them asked what cultivation technique the Dragon King had taught them, they would definitely not reveal the slightest bit. Because if the slightest bit of this matter was leaked out, it would be a disaster that no one could bear. In the end, you are all lucky, but also unlucky. Lin Yuan raised his head to look at the dome of the sky. After receiving the system's affirmation, he said in a deep voice, "Because from today onwards, you will receive the best cultivation techniques and the greatest amount of resources. However, at the same time, you will become enemies in the eyes of the world's consciousness. All the opportunities will not be fated with you, but if you want to obtain them, you will have to put in 100 times more effort than ordinary people. You will have to experience 100 times more dangerous battles than ordinary people. Other than the dangers that exist in the sky martial world itself, when your cultivation is sufficient, this king will also send you to various worlds to seek opportunities and experience." At this point, he paused, and a ferocious smile gradually appeared on his face. "So, from today onwards, danger and accidents will always be by your side. Survive and stand at the peak of this world. Even the will of the world will have to bow down to you. Or, die in another world, and even your bones won't be able to be recovered." As his voice fell, the universal scripture was activated. Countless scriptures appeared, arranged in different combinations, and poured into the minds of these youths, forming a brand new cultivation technique that was incomparably suitable for them. Chapter 10:10. If the system had done something against the will of the world before it knew Lin Yuan, it would not hesitate to send down the punishment of heaven and turn this arrogant person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth into ashes. But it had no choice. Lin Yuan gave it. No, Lin Yuan's picture was too tempting. Not everyone was qualified to know some secrets of the untainted land. But as the way of heaven in the untainted land, it knew more secrets than Hongjun. 9 was the limit in the world, especially for the way of heaven. So at the very beginning, there should be 9 sages of heaven. Although Hongjun had achieved the origin, he was also a sage of heaven after combining with the way of heaven. Not long after, Hongjun completely grasped the authority of the way of heaven and was conferred the title of Sage of Heaven. They were Sanqing, Goddess Enviwa, and Western Shur, who were known as the 6 sages. As for the remaining 2 sages, Hongjun naturally did not hold them in his hands, but used them for other purposes. The 3 sovereigns of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors shared a sage position. Later, the 3 sovereigns were schemed by Hongjun and could never leave the Fire Cloud Cave. The human tribe was undoubtedly the protagonist of the untainted land. Since there was the way of heaven, there must be the human tribe. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were supposed to be human tribe sages. However, they were schemed by Hongjun and shared a sage position of heavenly way. Naturally, they could not become human tribe sages again. Then, because they shared a sage position of heavenly way, their individual strength was only at the peak of sage to be. They were more powerful than Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, but they had not reached the level where they could kill Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals as if they were dogs, let alone compete with the 6 sages of heaven or Hongjun. The 5 emperors after the 3 sovereigns did not have as much merit as the 3 sovereigns. Under the scheme of Hongjun, it could be said that one of them died. Of course, in addition to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, if the human king was born and gathered the fate of the human tribe, he could also become the sage of the human tribe. Thus, the human tribe and the way of heaven could compete with each other. Therefore, Hongjun planned another god's investiture tribulation. Although all parties had their own plans, Hongjun did not stop those creatures from escaping. His basic purpose was to set off the god's investiture tribulation without any hindrance. Therefore, in the investiture of the god's tribulation, the Jie sect, which was known as the 10,000 Immortals Court, was destroyed, and so was the Shang dynasty. After King Ju, there were no more human kings in the human world. The so-called Emperor of Ju was just a puppet that was casually supported by the heavenly Tao. Even until 800 years later, when the fate of the Great Ju dynasty was exhausted, the Warring States period became the Spring and Autumn period. During the Warring States period, the Qin Emperor swept the world. However, the most unexpected thing was that Ying Zheng did not consider himself the Emperor of Ju. He called himself the first emperor and gathered the titles of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors on himself. This showed that Ying Zheng did not want to be the lackey of the way of heaven and wanted to establish the human king again. Fen, the 6th emperor of the Great Qin dynasty, unified the world. When Ying Zheng was on the throne, he built the Great Wall, wrote the same books, ran the same rails, strictly enforced the law, and ruled the world. He was also worthy of the title of the Emperor of the Ages. In order to resist the way of heaven, he even burned the cultivation classics and killed the alchemists in the world. When he succeeded the throne, he even began to build a mausoleum for himself and cast the terracotta army. Even after his death, he would turn into a dragon soul to protect the human tribe. Therefore, he was called the ancestral dragon. Of course, the result was that the 2nd emperor of the Qin dynasty died. A ruffian who came later because he called himself the emperor of the Great Han dynasty established the Han dynasty with a history of more than 400 years. Another ambitious person with great talent and bold vision died, but he was still scolded as a tyrant. What kind of irony was this? It was true that the later generations called themselves the Han dynasty, but everything of the Great Han dynasty was taken over from the Qin dynasty. The only difference from the Qin dynasty was that the Confucian school was abolished and the Confucian school was respected. The dynasties of the later generations also used history to prove that when the Confucian school was strong to a certain extent, it would lead to the destruction of the dynasty. And those great people who tried to reform the Confucian school to continue the life of the dynasty died miserably. In short, under the design of Hongjun, the decline of the human tribe was a foregone conclusion. However, it also indirectly confirmed the means of Hongjun, who could suppress the protagonist of the world, the human tribe. The 6 sages, Hongjun, and the 3 emperors, these were the 8 sages of the way of heaven. The remaining sage was Empress Pingxin. Yes, Empress Pingxin, whose primordial spirit was trapped in the cycle of reincarnation and couldn't come out, was actually the 9th sage of the way of heaven. Hongjuan's purpose was also clear. After all, Empress Pingxin's reincarnation was a great merit. If Empress Pingxin could use this merit to go further, she could draw out the underworld that could compete with the way of heaven, especially the 6 paths of reincarnation. The way of heaven was a part of the way of heaven, and the human way was a part of the human way. The way of Asura was the predecessor of the way of devil, the way of hell was the predecessor of the way of ghost, and the way of beast could also evolve into the way of demon. Otherwise, Empress Pingxin, who controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation, wouldn't have been able to ignore the way of heaven Hongjun and use the netherworld to protect the remnants of the witch tribe. Of course, if the underworld wasn't too strong, it wouldn't have attracted the covetous eyes of so many big shots. Yin, son of heaven Huang Feihu, belonged to the celestial court, Lord of Mount Tai belonged to the celestial sect, and Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva belonged to the western sect. Similarly, the Tao of Tao should also have 9 sages. The Emperor of Fengdu was 1, the Daoist masters of the 6 paths of reincarnation were 6, the ghost emperors of 5 directions shared 1, and the Yama kings shared 1. As for Empress Pingxin, she was different from Hongjun. If she really took that step, she would become the Tao of Tao itself, unlike Hong Jun, who merged with the heavenly Tao and stole the heavenly Tao's authority. Hong Jun took out 2 sages of heavenly Tao and directly suppressed the appearance of the human Tao and the Tao of Tao. The reason why he killed the king of man and built the heavenly court during the deification period was to completely suppress the human Tao and to take away a part of the Tao's authority. During the journey to the west after the deification period, there was a reason why Hong Jun flourished the Western sect. After all, Sanqing teamed up with him during the deification period, so this tribulation was the tribulation of the Xian men. In addition, after flourishing, the Western sect also took away a considerable part of the Tao's authority. Otherwise, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wouldn't have made the great vow that he wouldn't become a Buddha until hell was empty. With the body of a creature in the untainted land, he suppressed Sanqing, who was transformed by Pangu's primordial spirit, controlled all the creatures in the untainted land, merged with the heavenly Tao, stole the authority, and suppressed the appearance of the human Tao and the Tao of Tao with his own means. Even as the heavenly Tao whose authority had been stolen, it had to admit that sometimes it had to admire Hongjuan's power. In these countless years, it had been an enemy of Hong Jun, but in the end, it was disappointed again and again. Even it did not know when this disappointment would turn into despair. Therefore, when Lin Yuan mentioned Hongjuan's death tribulation, it couldn't help but be moved. That was why it helped Lin Yuan to practice the all-being scripture, which was considered a taboo in the eyes of all existences like the heavenly Tao. Chapter 10-11. Half an hour later. Only Lin Yuan and Kagura were left on the mountain peak. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, "A total of 217 youths have been personally taught by me. After 3 months, these youths that I sent to other worlds will return. You will be in charge of their food, clothing, housing, and other resources. As for the number of youths, just maintain this number for now. The rest of the youths with potential will be nurtured as reserves." The youths who had learned the Sutra of All Life were sent by the system to other worlds to train. After all, there would not be any war in the northern frontier for the time being. Even if there was a war, it would not be something that these youths could participate in. It was better to send them to other worlds to train. Although the system was a scam, it was very reliable when it was serious. These youths who had learned the Sutra of All Life were essentially the envy of the heavens. They were destined to be plagued with misfortune. After all, once the Sutra of All Life was mastered, Lin Yuan would become an existence equal to the rules. Therefore, other than Lin Yuan, the seeds of the Sutra of All Life would also be affected. However, with the system's protection, even if these seeds were to go to other worlds, they would only be small worlds or middle worlds. Unless they went to a special world like the Tianwu world, the chances of them being killed by the heavenly Tao was close to 0. Although the system was only a fragment of the heavenly Tao's original essence, strictly speaking, the Eldritch world was a unique existence in the myriad worlds. Apart from the Eldritch world, even the greater worlds could not produce 3,000 carriers of the rules. Furthermore, the main characters of other worlds were mostly humans. However, the Eldritch world had experienced the rule of the ancient demon god, the dragon, the phoenix, the Kirin, the liches, and other races. Not all heavenly Tao had the qualifications to be on par with the Eldritch world's heavenly Tao, even if it was only a fragment of its original essence. The influence of the rules could not be removed, but the possibility of it being killed prematurely did not exist either. Therefore, the 217 youths might be lost, but the number would not be too great. With the current talent pool at the northern frontier, it was completely possible to replenish them in time. I'll set a small goal first. In the heaven martial world, he had become an existence equivalent to the laws. Even if his cultivation base couldn't keep up, he was essentially on par with gods like Pan Jiyu and Yang Mai. Adding on the support of the laws of the heaven martial world, although he wasn't as domineering as Hong Jun after merging with the heavenly Taos, his battle prowess definitely wouldn't be the slightest bit inferior. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan was so determined to kill the 2 fox demons, even though he knew that the patriarch of Yang Mai was behind them. Most of the time, Lin Yuan would make a lot of impulsive decisions under the influence of his inner demons. However, as his cultivation increased, Lin Yuan was gradually able to control his actions under the influence of his inner demons. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this matter to set up a trap for the outer god from the Heavenspan realm. Then the next problem to be solved, Lin Yuan's gaze turned and fell in the direction of the Hungduan mountain range. Up until now, the incubus still showed no signs of waking up. Lin Yuan had also gone to visit, but he wasn't optimistic about the incubus's injuries. Frankly speaking, if not for the Kirin bloodline erupting in the incubus's body, it would have been impossible for it to fight against the outer god. Although the demon beasts and purgatory creatures in the Hungduan mountain range had jointly plotted against the incubus, it was the eruption of the Kirin bloodline in its body that saved its life at the critical moment. After all, it was an auspicious object destined by the heavens. Although it was rare, it wouldn't die so easily like during the first tribulation of the Dragon Han. However, although it wouldn't die, it was really hard to say whether it could wake up. If the incubus could rely on its own strength to wake up this time, its future achievements would be limitless. The great path that surpassed its ancestors might be directly placed in front of it. Otherwise, it would depend on how unwilling it was to combine with the bloodline power in its body. The more it resisted the power of the Kirin bloodline, the lower the possibility of waking up. That's good too. I want the Hungduan mountain range and the endless sea. If you wake up, I really don't know how to face you, the Beast Master. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he whispered softly. An hour later. Due to the attack on Shunning City, the turmoil in the entire northern frontier had subsided. Even if there were still people who wanted to cause trouble in the dark, they had to think twice. After Lin Yuan, who had casually killed 2 demon kings and even pulled them out and sank them into the liquid called the underworld black water, had the Dragon King's anger subsided? If they were to cause trouble at this time and were caught, it wouldn't be just 1 or 2 people who died. As the turmoil in the northern frontier subsided, more and more cultivators and demon beasts were free and headed towards Shunning City. Firstly, it was to pay homage to the return of the Dragon King. Secondly, it was because the Dragon King's real body had returned to the northern frontier and the northern frontier was in a mess. It was inevitable that he would be angry, so he would definitely make a big move. These clever and slick people naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. After all, if things were done well, not only would they be able to express their goodwill to the Dragon King, they might even be able to obtain a great fortune. In Lin Yuan's previous life, words like slick and slick were used as derogatory terms. After all, such people didn't have any standpoint. They would act high and mighty in front of those at the bottom and grovel in front of those at the top. Therefore, they were very detestable. However, in reality, being slick was also a kind of ability, especially in a place like the northern frontier. Having enough ability was the foundation to climb up. However, other than this foundation, it was also difficult for people who didn't have good relationships with others to move forward. The northern frontier wasn't a place where people would be shocked and put on a high pedestal just because some arrogant person said a few words. There were too many capable people in the northern frontier, especially those who had a certain amount of authority in the northern frontier. Each and every one of them was considered an outstanding person of their time. If they were placed in other dynasties, they wouldn't only have this little bit of authority. They could be promoted with a single thought. Under Lin Yuan's criteria of selecting talents with ability as the first priority, the Li brothers worked together and completely changed the promotion rules in the northern frontier to the capable go up, the mediocre step aside, the mediocre step down, and the weak are eliminated. In such an environment, it would be difficult for the mediocre to even survive, let alone be in a high position. There were many reasons why these heroes gathered here. However, the most important reason wasn't that they could fulfill their ambitions in the northern frontier. Instead, it was much more comfortable in the northern frontier, whether it was fighting, debating with other heroes or working together with them, compared to other places where they had a good idea but couldn't move forward because of countless mediocre people. Chapter 10-12. When the curtain of night slowly fell. At the northern frontier king's mansion. We pay respects to the Dragon King, with Li Zhong and Li Xin at the head and familiar faces like Xia Xiu and Chen Guanshan standing on the left and right. They bowed and shouted at Lin Yuan, who was sitting on a cushion. Lin Yuan's gaze turned and he said indifferently, Zhao Guangchong, Qin Yu, you two lead the Blackwater army and search the mountains and seas. Thoroughly investigate the northern frontier. In 3 days, this king wants all the undyings, not one left alive. Just as Zhao Guangchong cupped his fists and was about to respond, Qin Yu took a step forward and said in a deep voice, reporting to the Dragon King, it's not that this subordinate is a coward, but that we have yet to find a way to kill the immortals. If the Dragon King only wants this subordinate to find their existence, this subordinate will naturally comply. However, to kill all of them, this subordinate is afraid that this subordinate is unable to do so. As he said this, Zhao Guangchong's expression changed. Because Lin Yuan had given him an impossible mission. No matter. Lin Yuan said indifferently, there is someone controlling these undyings, which is why they are so difficult to deal with. But this king has already set a trap to severely injure them. Even if they can survive, not to mention in such a short time, unless they can find a heavenly treasure, they will not be able to recover in 180 years. You and your subordinates will each bring the Nether Realm's black water. If you encounter any undyings, throw the container of the Nether Realm's black water at them. Although the Nether River creatures had a certain degree of intelligence, they were only a part of the Nether River. So the closer they were to Lin Yuan, the closer their intelligence was to that of when they were alive, and vice versa. Just like when Lin Yuan left the northern frontier, these Nether River creatures that Lin Yuan had given to Li Zhong as trump cards did not contribute anything other than acting as a moat and ensuring the safety of some important cities. They could only follow the orders of Lin Yuan or those approved by Lin Yuan. So someone had to lead these Nether River creatures. Otherwise, they would not be able to truly search the mountains and seas. But now was indeed the best opportunity to deal with the undyings. Lin Yuan was now almost certain that the so-called elixir of immortality came from the Nether Blood Sea in the untainted world. The Nether Blood Sea and the Nether River could not be compared, so it could only be seen who was controlling these two substances. But now, the outer god from the heavenly passage world had been tricked by Lin Yuan and most of his primordial spirit had been cut off. Even if he did not die, he had to recuperate first. If he controlled these undyings to fight with Lin Yuan again, he would simply be tired of living. As for the real master of the Nether Blood Sea, a Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, no. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was not even a bodhisattva when he entered the Nether world. At most, he was a venerable of the Buddhism sect. He was almost at the level of subduing dragon and subduing tiger. Relying on the prestige of the Western religious sect, he could directly suppress the Nether River ancestor, an old monster who was also born in the era after Pan-Ji-Yu transformed into all things. From this point alone, it could be seen that although the Nether River ancestor had the great ambition of killing all living things to achieve Tao, he was essentially a person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Who was outside the heaven martial world now? The Nether River ancestor Yang Mai. This figure who was almost at the same time as Pan-Ji-Yu and was not the slightest bit inferior to Hong Jun after he merged with the heavenly Tao was now outside the heaven martial world. Even if the Nether River ancestor had twice the courage, Lin Yuan would not dare to come to the heaven martial world. Although it was unknown how the Nether River ancestor came, there was no doubt that the Nether River ancestor Yang Mai had also divined that Hongjuan's death tribulation was about to appear in the heaven martial world and made the same judgment as Lin Yuan. However, compared to the Tongtian sect leader who could transform into Sanqing and Daoist Red Cloud who did not hesitate to destroy his own physical body, the extremely powerful Nether River ancestor Yang Mai could not come to the heaven martial world and personally seize Hongjuan's death tribulation. After thinking about it carefully, there was an 80% chance that Hong Jun was courting death. This person who suppressed the heavenly Tao, earthly Tao, and mortal Tao had offended countless people over the years. Now that his death tribulation had appeared, those who wanted to kill Hong Jun would definitely not miss this opportunity. Therefore, Lin Yuan guessed that it was the consciousness of Hong Jun that had attracted the attention of the Nether River ancestor Yang Mai in the Sea of Bitterness. At first, he probably just wanted to see what kind of world would provoke Hong Jun to personally take action. As a greater world among the greater worlds, although Hong Jun was weak in terms of the heavenly Tao, earthly Tao, and mortal Tao, his foundation was not weak at all. In the past countless years, He had conquered thousands of worlds and opened up the primal chaos Dao field. Perhaps it would be enough if he used the battle strength of the monkey, Yang Jian, and Neza. Even if it was not enough, there was no reason that the other 5 sages could not take him down. Since when did he need Hong Jun to personally take action? In the end, the Nether River ancestor Yang Mai took a look out of curiosity, and saw that Hongjuan's death tribulation was about to arrive. In that case, I accept your orders. Qin Yu clasped his hands together and returned to his position. Li Zhongxing, Zhong Xiuzhu, the two of you are in charge of running the entire southern expedition and MI7. In the near future, this king will lead his troops south and unify the central plains and the southern regions of the Shunwu dynasty. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and continued, although the person who was severely injured by me has nothing to do with the master behind the Sky Demon, there is most likely a powerful person guarding outside the Heaven Gate. Although this powerful person does not have a blood feud with the master of the Sky Demon, they are definitely not on good terms with each other. Therefore, with him around, the Sky Demon will be isolated and without help. It is best to take this opportunity to eliminate the Sky Demon. Go and make some preparations. When Zhao Guangchong and Qin Yu have completed their tasks, you will immediately set off. Li Zhongxing clasped his hands together and did not say anything. However, Zhong Xiuzhu's expression changed slightly. He frowned and said, "Dragon King, please reconsider this matter. When we were confronting the Sky Demon by the Wei River, the Shuangjin dynasty was already ready to make a move. They are probably waiting for an opportunity to take advantage of us and the Sky Demon in one fell swoop. Now, the Blackwater army is severely injured, and the main forces of the southern expedition are restrained by the Frost Mirror Rangers. Although the Fallen Star army is recruiting, they are also in the training phase. This is definitely not the best time to make a move." The Shuangjian dynasty, Li Zhongxing's expression darkened as he murmured with a cold look in his eyes. Originally, he thought that even though the various majestic empires wouldn't participate in the war against the heavenly demons, once the northern region, which had the ability to kill the heavenly demons, was defeated, they would probably immediately face a worse situation. Therefore, even if the various majestic empires didn't send troops to support the northern region, they would deploy troops to help the northern region intimidate the heavenly demons, just like the victorious army of the Azure River Empire. But these guys from the Shuangjian dynasty, they were like a pack of hungry wolves. They had suffered a great loss at the hands of the Sky Demon at the northern frontier. Now, not long after, their injuries had not healed, and they were ready to make a move again. It seemed like they wanted to rob the northern frontier and obtain all kinds of resources to make up for their losses. Chapter 10:13. This was more than absurd. This was simply absurd. Li Zhong's face darkened as he also cupped his hands and said, "This subordinate also thinks so." Now that the Shuangjian barbarian is eyeing the northern frontier covetously, the main force of the northern frontier is still there, and the Sky Demon has not continued to attack the northern frontier, so the Shuangjian barbarian does not dare to attack the northern frontier at this time. However, if the army of the northern frontier is sent out, I'm afraid it goes without saying what the Shuangjian barbarian will do. Zhong Xiuzhu and Li Zhong are both opposed to conquering the central plains and the south at this time. What about you? Do you have any other opinions? Lin Yuan did not directly answer Li Zhong and Zhong Xiuzhu. Instead, he turned his head and looked around as he asked in an indifferent tone. These people present were the real power class of the northern frontier, and each of them had their own plans. This time, they came to Shunning City in an attempt to curry favor with Lin Yuan. However, they did not expect that before their butts even warmed up, Lin Yuan would throw a huge problem to them. Continue to maintain the current strategy of shrinking back, wait for everything to be sorted out in the northern frontier, and then slowly plan to conquer the central plains and the south? Of course, this statement agreed with the two giants, Li Zhong and Zhong Xiuzhu. However, without a doubt, this view was tantamount to disrespecting the Dragon King, who proposed to lead the army to the south. But if they agreed with the Dragon King's view, then they would offend the king of the northern frontier and the director of MI7. If everything went well, it would be fine, but if the Shuangjian barbarian really took this opportunity to attack the northern frontier, who would end up well? I cough. I have a different view. Lei Chousheng walked out of the crowd with his hands behind his back. He said in a deep voice, "First of all, if the Dragon King is right, then this is indeed the best time for us to eliminate the immortals and the Sky Demon. If we don't act now, when the Sky Demon is ready, or when that powerful person outside the Heaven Gate leaves, the price we will have to pay will definitely be much more painful than if the Shuangjian barbarian invades the northern frontier." As his voice fell, everyone nodded in agreement. None of the generals of the northern frontier were theoretical, especially those who could appear in front of Lin Yuan. They were basically people who had made a name for themselves after the establishment of the northern frontier. Perhaps not all of them were potential generals, but they were still clear about the basic analysis of the battle situation. Just like what Lei Chousheng said, if you don't accept it, you will be punished. If they missed the opportunity now, it would be tantamount to missing the opportunity. In any military war in history, those who missed the opportunity would suffer heavy losses or even be completely wiped out, unless they were extremely lucky. As the former Gemini of the 10,000 Swords dynasty, Lei Chousheng, who had defeated the Duke of Baisheng on land, could be said to have a thorough analysis of the battle situation and the future trend. They had personally experienced how terrifying the Sky Demon was when he was at his peak. The Blackwater army was almost completely wiped out, and Yang Xingqi died in battle. Other than Zhao Guangchong, who was thought to be doomed at that time, the rest of the people who had attacked the Sky Demon were all wiped out. Therefore, the actual combat strength of the Sky Demon was actually above that of the northern frontier. Now, they should take advantage of the fact that the Sky Demon had no reinforcements. Once the powerful person mentioned by the Dragon King left and the Sky Demon's reinforcements arrived, they would drag the northern frontier to death in a tug-of-war. And speaking of which, although the Shuangjian barbarian is eyeing the northern frontier covetously, they might not really dare to attack. Lei Chousheng looked at Lin Yuan with burning eyes and said in a deep voice, just like when the Xunwu dynasty was still around, although the Frost Mirror barbarian attacked the pass every year, they never really dared to enter the territory of the Xunwu dynasty. Not to mention the Central Plains, they didn't even dare to enter the north. This is because these Shuangjian barbarian are used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They are like jackals in the wilderness, only having the guts to eat rotten meat. Now that the Dragon King is famous everywhere, I think that even if the Shuangjian barbarian had any intentions before, they would not dare to invade the northern frontier anymore. The Shuangjian dynasty did not dare to invade the Xunwu dynasty on a large scale not only because the 7 dynasties had been passed down for many years, but more importantly, the Xunwu dynasty's Shenlin Jun, as a heavy infantry, was indeed worthy of the title of invincible. It was also worthy of the various resources that Lei Chousheng spent on him every year. Even if the Shuangjian dynasty's most elite Shuiliao cavalry went up against Shenlin Jun, unless the difference in numbers between the two sides was too great, they would not be able to make Shenlin Jun's position retreat even half a step. If the light cavalry did not rely on their mobility to move and insisted on chopping iron cans, what was the difference between that and seeking death? Unfortunately, this was the way of a war to destroy a country. You could only move forward, forward, and forward. You could not let go of any enemy, especially Shenlin Jun, who was an organized existence. Today, you chose to avoid them because you were no match for them, but in the future, they would become a thorn in your side, a thorn in your flesh, and make you suffer so much that you would rather die. Was there a Shenlin Jun in the northern frontier? No. The Shenlin Jun in Lei Chousheng's hands had almost all been killed by Hanba. Even if there were some remaining, they would not be able to form an organized army to threaten the Shuangjian dynasty's cavalry. As for the Blackwater army, they had also suffered heavy losses when they fought against the Sky Demon. Although they could still fight, they were destined to fail without a miracle. However, the northern frontier had an advantage that the Xunwu dynasty did not have, and that was Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan killed the 2 fox demons, he didn't have any intention of hiding it. Not to mention the big boss of the Heavenly Gate, even if it was only a Heavenly Dipper realm and Kongming realm cultivator, as long as the distance was not too far, they could clearly see the battle. In other words, Lin Yuan was demonstrating his power. He was telling the world that he, Lin Yuan, had killed two theoretically invincible existences on the spot with an invincible momentum. On the other hand, as long as a powerful existence like Lin Yuan was in charge of the northern frontier, how many forces would have the guts to touch the dragon whiskers of the northern frontier? That group of Shuangjian barbarian who bullied the weak and feared the strong? Would they dare to provoke the northern frontier at this time? From a personal point of view, Lei Qiusheng felt that this possibility was close to zero. However, there was always a possibility, so he could not say for sure. However, it was not against the law to express his opinion, right? I admit that the time has come, but there are some things that we have to guard against. Therefore, I think that the southern expedition, which is currently in charge of the northern frontier, must not be mobilized. The other armies do not have enough ability to conquer the central plains and the south. Therefore, why don't we wait for a while and settle other things first? Li Zhong looked hatefully at Lei Qiusheng and said in a deep voice. He was clear about his Dragon King's temperament. Although the Dragon King would listen to his subordinates' suggestions, he was still an overbearing monarch. If he made a decision, he would definitely not change it, unless all his subordinates opposed this decision. Seeing that he was about to persuade Lin Yuan, Lei Qiusheng suddenly jumped out and interfered. Li Zhong even had the intention to kill. Chapter 10:14. There are some things that we have to guard against. However, compared to hiding in the dark and plotting against each other, the conclusion we come to might not be correct. It might even be just your own baseless conjecture. Therefore, why don't we ask the Shuangjian dynasty directly? Lei Qiusheng's eyes flashed. He said in a low voice, the southern expedition will officially cross the border between the northern frontier and the Frost Mirror grassland if they are still determined to attack the northern frontier. At that time, if the Shuangjian barbarian is still determined to wait for an opportunity to attack the northern frontier, their first reaction will definitely be to mobilize their army and directly start a war with us. However, if the Shuangjian barbarian contacts us immediately, it means that the Shuangjian barbarian is indeed frightened by the Dragon King's battle record of killing the two demon kings. At that time, the southern expedition can set their minds at ease and head south to fight with the Sky Demon. Li Zhong was so angry that his whole body trembled. He roared, "You are not probing, you are inviting a war. Have you ever thought that if the Shuangjian barbarian really starts a war with us, the main force of the southern expedition will definitely be delayed in the Frost Mirror grassland? Firstly, the terrain is not favorable for us. Secondly, when our rear is empty, it will no longer be us plotting to conquer the central plains and the south. It will be the Sky Demon who will be thinking about how to take advantage of this opportunity to completely turn our northern frontier into a wasteland." Both sides had their own arguments. Everyone present was at a loss of what to do. The northern frontier was undoubtedly in an awkward situation. Once the southern expedition entered the Shuangjian dynasty's territory, a war would definitely break out. Even if the Shuangjian dynasty didn't dare start a large-scale war, it wouldn't be a problem for them to allow the smaller tribes to attack the southern expedition. After all, the Shuangjian dynasty was different from the other dynasties. The royal family's ability to control the other tribes was shockingly low. Therefore, this reason made sense. If the northern frontier didn't let go, then it would mean that the northern frontier wanted to start a war with the Shuangjian dynasty. Naturally, the nature of the situation would be different. Most importantly, although the current southern expedition was able to contain the Frost Mirror barbarian forces, they had to rely on the Great Wall built at the northern border. If they really left the protection of the Great Wall and went to the Frost Mirror grassland to fight the barbarian cavalry, they would be courting death. After all, a war of extermination was different from a war of defense. Not to mention that the southern expedition didn't have a heavy infantry corps like the Shenlinjun and the Blackwater Army. Even if they did, it wouldn't change the situation. If the battlefield was on the Frost Mirror grassland, the Frost Mirror barbarian forces would definitely not fight the Northern Frontier Army head-on. They would focus on the mobility of their cavalry and wander around the main forces of the Northern Frontier. They would constantly kill the main forces of the Northern Frontier, including but not limited to the scouts, supply teams, and civilian workers. They would all die under the Frost Mirror Barbarian scimitars. After that, the Frost Mirror Barbarian forces would only need to slowly delay the main forces of the northern frontier and wait for them to run out of ammunition and food. The Shunwu dynasty's countless wars with the Shuangjian dynasty had proven this point. When the Frost Mirror Barbarian raided the borders, if they encountered solid city defenses and elite Shunwu border army, they would definitely collapse. However, once the Shunwu dynasty's army entered the Frost Mirror grassland, it would be merciful to be killed by the scimitars. However, no matter what Li Zhong and Lei Qiusheng said, the northern frontier still acted according to Lin Yuan's will. In other words, when Lin Yuan said that he wanted to use this opportunity to recover the central plains, the south, and completely eliminate the Sky Demon, the entire northern frontier would act on this basis. The current argument was just that the timing wasn't good. However, from the opinions of these two people, it was indeed in line with their personalities. Lei Qiusheng, who was born in the military, had not changed his belligerent nature even though he had been an emperor for several decades. Li Zhong, on the other hand, was different. She was more like a kind and gentle old mother. When she faced her child in the northern region, she would always take care of everything and handle everything in an orderly manner, not giving anyone a chance to take advantage of her. One wanted to take the risk and reap the greatest rewards. The other wanted to make sure that he was in an invincible position even if he had to delay the battle. In reality, neither of them were wrong. It was just that their ideals were different. However, with Li Zhong's personality, when Lei Qiusheng was on the throne, he wouldn't be put in an important position. Even if he climbed to the top, he would only be able to become a prefectural governor in the Central Plains. From the beginning until now, I've always felt that you two seem to have overlooked two things. Li Zhongsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his mouth and interrupted the confrontation between Li Zhong and Lei Qiusheng. He said in a deep voice, first, whether the Shuangjian dynasty wants to go to war with the northern frontier doesn't need to be discussed. Because whether they are afraid of the Dragon King or not, once the northern frontier shows signs of weakness, they will definitely take advantage of the situation. This is the nature of the Shuangjian barbarian. Therefore, we don't need to probe and don't need to worry about it. Isn't it fine if we attack from another angle and make the Frost Mirror barbarian too busy to take care of himself? At this point, he paused. His eyes turned, and he said indifferently, the second thing is that the Dragon King has brought back a large number of civilians and cultivators from the south. This is a supplement to the strength of the northern frontier. At the same time, it is also a key point for us to break out of this situation. If we can use it properly, all our troubles won't be trouble. The Hengduan Mountains. The Hengduan Mountains? Lei Qiusheng and Li Zhong cried out in surprise almost one after the other. Only their tones were slightly different. Lei Qiusheng was somewhat shocked, but when he looked at Li Zhongsheng, his eyes were clearly filled with gratification. He had never fought with Li Zhongsheng on the battlefield, but arranging troops and formations wasn't all of a general's talent. Outstanding foresight and the ability to adapt according to the situation were the important factors that determined whether a general was outstanding or not. If the northern frontier attacked the Shuangjian dynasty, the Sky Demon would take advantage of it. Conversely, if the northern frontier attacked the Sky Demon, the Shuangjian dynasty would also take advantage of it. But just like before, if they didn't do anything with such a great opportunity in front of them, even Li Zhong, who advocated not to make any big moves at this time, couldn't help but feel disappointed. How to break out of this situation? It could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. The Shuangjian dynasty was actually more worried about the coming war than the northern frontier. Because of the northern frontier scheme and the Sky Demon's arrival, the Shuangjian dynasty had suffered heavy losses one after another. They had lost a lot of manpower and resources. Even Mirror Frost Kargan felt that his position was in danger. According to the rules of the grasslands, Mirror Frost Kargan had to win to his heart's content and bring honor and resources to the warriors of the grasslands. Otherwise, there would be chaos soon. But looking around, it seemed like the northern frontier was the only one that was easy to bully. This was the reason why the Shuangjian dynasty had their eyes on the northern frontier. If not for their fear of Lin Yuan, and the fact that the northern frontier was not as strong as the other dynasties, the Shuangjin dynasty would have attacked them a long time ago. Chapter 10:15. The easiest way to break out of this situation was to let the Shuangjin dynasty fall into war. When they were too busy to take care of themselves, they would naturally stop thinking about how to plunder the northern frontier. The northern frontier would also have enough depth to attack the Sky Demon. When everything was settled down, the Shuangjin dynasty would also inevitably pay the price for their current actions. How could the Shuangjin dynasty fall into war when the northern frontier didn't take action? The Hengduan Mountains. Originally, the various monster clans and even the monster king court in the Hengduan Mountains had an excellent relationship with the northern frontier. Every time a monster tide was launched, the monsters that were supposed to attack the Shenwu dynasty would be diverted to another direction. This undoubtedly made the other 6 dynasties suffer. After all, although the Hengduan Mountains was only a land monster range that was raised by the 7 dynasties, strictly speaking, none of the 7 dynasties could face the attack of the Hengduan Mountains alone. Even if the monster tide only increased the intensity of the monster tide, it was enough to make one of the dynasties pay an extremely heavy price. Later on, because of the Immortals, the connection between the Hengduan Mountains and the northern frontier was cut off. However, the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce could still safely pass through the Hengduan Mountains for trade. Neither the Immortals nor the monsters of the Hengduan Mountains would attack them. However, any spies sent by the higher-ups of the northern frontier never returned. This unusual situation clearly showed that all the disturbances of the Immortals and the monsters of the Hengduan Mountains were caused by the same person. Now that the mastermind had been severely injured by the Dragon King and had no time to deal with other matters in a short period of time, what else could they do but contact the monsters of the Hengduan Mountains? But was it really that simple? Let me make it clear first. I don't mean to pour cold water on you guys, but in a sense, you guys are thinking too much. Don't forget that there are also changes in the Hengduan Mountains. 2 of the 3 Beast Kings are missing. The Beast King Kirin is still seriously injured and unconscious. Even if they have calmed down the disturbances in the Hengduan Mountains, the aftermath is only the beginning of all the complicated things. Let's not talk about the fact that the Beast Lord, the Qilin, already had the thought of abdicating and giving the title of Beast Lord to other monster beasts. Even if the Beast Lord, the Qilin, had never expressed such thoughts, the monster beast clans in the Hengduan mountain range would not miss such a good opportunity. Once they obtained the authority of the Monster Beast Imperial Court and the title of Beast Lord, coupled with the power of the monster beast clans behind them, it would be hard to say if the other party would still maintain the same attitude towards us as before. In the past, the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce could run amok in the Hengduan Mountains because the Beast King Kirin himself supported the Dragon King. With the Beast King above them, even if the other monster clans were dissatisfied, they could only accept this fact. However, the new Beast King's attitude towards the northern frontier was still a mystery. Of course, even if the new Beast King had just ascended to the throne and needed strong support to stabilize his position, he would still adopt a conciliatory policy towards the northern frontier. However, would the monster clans behind him give up on the benefits of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce? Even if the monster clans were willing to give up, what would the other powerful clans think? No matter how amazing the new Beast King is, there is one thing that is without a doubt. After becoming the Beast King, no matter how powerful he is, there will still be existences in the entire Hengduan Mountains that can contend against him. Therefore, whether or not the Beast King can subdue all the other beasts is mainly dependent on his prestige and credibility. A new Beast King does not possess these conditions. Li Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly and said meaningfully, "Also, don't forget that our Dragon King is also a strong candidate for the position of Beast King. He has the favor of the Beast King Kirin and the 3 other Beast Kings. He also has the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce and the armed forces of the entire northern frontier. On top of that, the Dragon King's current terrifying strength. If he wants to become the Beast King, it is only a matter of time. Therefore, the moment we enter the Hengduan Mountains, before we can do anything, those monster clans that want to fight for the position of Beast King will join hands to suppress us." These words could be said to be very true. In Lin Yuan's previous world, When a chance for promotion was placed in front of them, the other candidates would undoubtedly cheer when a convincing candidate did not participate in the election due to some coincidence. However, in the process of the election, the person who did not participate in the election suddenly wanted to participate in the election. Then, the other candidates would immediately put aside their grudges and join hands to kick this guy out of the election. You're right. I am indeed the most powerful successor to the position of Beast Lord. Especially now, my strength and influence are all stronger than those so-called great demonic beast clans. Unless they join hands to deal with me, any great demonic beast clan that faces me alone will be easily destroyed. Don't underestimate the intelligence of demonic beasts. Once I appear in the Hungduan mountain range, I will definitely be besieged by demonic beasts from all over. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and agreed with Li Zhizhong's words. However, after a moment, Lin Yuan changed the topic and said with a sinister smile, "But the problem is, who told you that I want the position of Beast King?" As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present changed. Just as Li Zhong had said before, the profits brought by the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce were incomparably huge. Even the guardians of the Heavenly Gate did not dare to say that they could completely ignore it, especially those Dao Initiation Realm cultivators who were comparable to monster kings. Their demand for cultivation resources was incomparably huge, so when Lin Yuan wanted to kick them out, there was such a huge reaction. How could the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce have such huge profits? Firstly, the boss of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce was Lin Yuan, a dragon bloodline monster from the Hungduan Mountains. No matter how much the monster clans criticized Lin Yuan behind his back, they still had to show some respect to the dragon clan of the Four Seas on the surface. In addition, the Beast King Kirin and the three Beast Kings were also included. Some monster clans that did not want to compete for the position of Beast King were actually optimistic about Lin Yuan. Therefore, the caravans of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce could be said to be unscrupulous in the Hungduan Mountains. As long as they did not violate any taboos or take the initiative to step into some forbidden areas, the monsters in the Hungduan Mountains would turn a blind eye. Secondly, because of the existence of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce, it was difficult for other humans to enter the Hungduan Mountains to collect feis. After all, Lin Yuan was a monster, and no matter what, he was still a monster of the Hungduan Mountains. Therefore, the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce brought them all kinds of convenience. At the same time, if a monster used feis or monster corpses to exchange for supplies, Lin Yuan would give a fair price. This was something that other human chambers of commerce could not do, or rather, it was difficult to maintain. Of course, humans had always been robbing the Hungduan Mountains. There was no such thing as negotiation. Chapter 1016. Thirdly, the power of the land goblin beasts had always been limited to the Hungduan Mountains. Lin Yuan could be said to have the merit of expanding the territory. Meanwhile, there was another demon venerable who was tyrannical in the southern wastelands. Even though he used the banner of the goblin beasts, he had formed his own demon bloodline and had nothing to do with the Hungduan Mountains. His subordinates were mainly goblin beasts that lived in swamps, water bodies, and miasma forests. They had nothing to do with the Hungduan Mountains. Although the demon venerable in the southern wastelands lived on land, there was no doubt that they had a closer relationship with the endless sea. Fourthly, the special geographical environment of the northern frontier was there. Other than the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce, no other group could cross the Hungduan Mountains. Just like how many ancient gods were sleeping in the endless sea and how many ancestral demons were hidden, the Hungduan Mountains, which was the leader of the land goblin bloodlines, was definitely not simple. Not to mention ordinary merchant groups, even if you could invite the Heavenly Gate Guardians to escort you, there was a possibility that you would die in the Hungduan Mountains if you were not careful. Thus, no merchant group could move around as easily as the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce. Unless you only made deals with the neighboring empires, you would have to pass through the northern frontier. When that time came, you would naturally take your revenge. It was worth mentioning that there had been people who had intercepted and killed the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce and snatched the keepsake of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce while traveling through the Hungduan Mountains. However, Those who had done so had basically become dead. The reason was very simple. The keepsake of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce had a time limit. From the northern frontier to the other empires through the Hungduan Mountains, a round trip would only take 4 months at most. Furthermore, the keepsake distributed by the northern frontier was different according to different merchant groups' routes. After this time limit, the keepsake would naturally lose its effect. If one still took it out when encountering goblin beasts, they would die extremely miserably. The 4 reasons mentioned above were enough to set off Lin Yuan's extraordinary status in the Hungduan Mountains. Not only was he well established and had made contributions to the Hungduan Mountains, but he had also brought convenience and benefits to the various goblin clans in the Hungduan Mountains. At the same time, he had blocked the interests of the other 6 empires, causing them to have no choice but to cooperate with the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce. Unless they worked together to destroy the northern frontier, no one could think of doing business. However, the most important thing, all of Lin Yuan's extraordinary privileges in the northern frontier had to be established on the premise that the Beast Lord of the Hungduan Mountains was not greedy. The Beast Lord Kirin and the 3 Beast Lords would not order the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce around. This was because Lin Yuan himself would give them a certain amount of profits. Naturally, these Beast Lords would not make things difficult for the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce. However, what if the new Beast Lord was not as calm as the Beast Lord Kirin and was greedy for more profits? If that was the case, the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce would be in an awkward position. If the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce lowered its head, its profits would be greatly reduced. Furthermore, this was not the end. This was because the Beast Lord did not have enough prestige and credibility to suppress the other goblin clans. Therefore, after the Beast Lord took the lead, the other goblin clans would also find an excuse to ask for more profits. There was no way to determine whether the new Beast Lord of the northern frontier was greedy or not. However, after living in the border with the goblin clans for so long, although they had seen the honest and forthright side of the goblin clans, they had seen much more about the survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle. Some goblin beasts that looked honest were actually much more sinister than ordinary humans. They would not have the slightest bottom line or scruples when doing things. As for the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce that supported the development of the northern frontier, it was starting to feel powerless. Some of the projects and even the research and development projects of the Ministry of Works were forced to stop. If its income was further reduced, the northern frontier might collapse because of this. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan could not wait to reclaim the Central Plains and the south. After all, only by increasing income and reducing expenditure could one become rich. The northern frontier could no longer reduce expenditure. He was not a lazy transmigrator who did not have a goal and only wanted to dominate the other world. After coming into contact with the secrets of the ancient times, even if he did not want to return to the world of his previous life to complete his revenge, there was still a great enemy like Hong Jun pressing down on him. Therefore, for the northern frontier, the best way to solve this problem was to support the next Beast Lord. In other words, I have no way to guarantee that the new Beast Lord would not covet the benefits of the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, I can only do my best to guarantee that the new Beast Lord will be a demon of the northern frontier. Although there were many demon beasts living in the northern frontier, no matter whether it was their race or their strength, they were not enough to compete for the position of Beast Lord. The only one who had the qualifications and the ability to guarantee that he would definitely become the Beast Lord was Lin Yuan alone. But now, Lin Yuan had declared that he had no interest in the position of Beast Lord. Was this a joke? The demon beasts in the Hungduan mountain range are all fighting for the position of Beast Lord. However, just like what you have analyzed, the most honorable position in the Hungduan mountain range is now just for show. It sounds impressive, but in reality, it still needs to rely on prestige and credibility to convince the masses. So much so that the Beast Lord who was supposed to rule over all the beasts has become a Beast Lord who can only mediate the disputes between different races. Lin Yuan's blue-white vertical pupils flashed coldly. He said word by word, "This king has no interest in such a Beast Lord. Even if this king wants to be the Beast Lord, This king wants to be the beast lord who can subdue all the beasts with his own strength. If that's the case, then there's a lot of room for manipulation. Li Xin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly brightened his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "The reason why the demon beasts in the Hengduan mountain range are afraid of us is undoubtedly because the comprehensive strength of the northern frontier is far greater than theirs. Therefore, if we join the battle, the position of Beast Lord will most likely be ours. However, if we directly declare that we won't compete for the position of Beast Lord as soon as we enter, those demon beasts won't be too hostile towards us." Speaking of this, Li Xin raised his hand and gestured twice. He said excitedly, "With the position of Beast Lord, we only need to promise to help them compete for the position of Beast Lord and we will be able to get the help of many weaker demon beasts. As for those stronger demon beasts, they may not take us seriously at first, but in order to prevent us from interfering, they will help us. Whether it's sending a beast tide to attack the Frost Mirror grassland or finding out those who are hiding in the Hengduan mountain range, it's only a matter of time. No force has the ability to play hide-and-seek with the demon beasts who have lived there for countless years." Reconsideration. Well said. That's what I think too. As soon as Li Xin's voice fell, everyone around him began to express their opinions. No one doubted what the new Beast Lord would do if he coveted the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce. Did the Dragon King, who had casually killed 2 demon kings, not even have this bit of prestige? Chapter 10:17. In the next half a month, the armies of the northern frontier were mobilized on a large scale. Regardless of whether it was the Qing River dynasty or the Shuangjian dynasty, other than not being able to send their own spies into the northern frontier, they could clearly see that the number of troops guarding the northern frontier was continuously decreasing. For a time, the 2 empires that were close to the northern frontier had different thoughts. When the emperors went to court, they often looked like they wanted to say something but were hesitant. To be fair, this time, the 4 great powers had joined forces to encircle and suppress the Shenwu dynasty. They had plundered a large amount of resources and food from the Hengduan Mountains and the Endless Sea, but they did not get any of the other benefits. Only the Qing River dynasty and the Shuangjian dynasty had managed to force the Shenwu dynasty to defend themselves. They had also occupied a lot of territory that originally belonged to the Shenwu dynasty. In the end, the Sky Demon had appeared out of nowhere, and their armies at the border had suffered heavy losses. Not only had they lost the territory that they had previously seized, but they had also fiercely pulled back their original border. From this, it could be seen that Lei Qiusheng was indeed an ambitious and ruthless person. As an ordinary emperor, he had defied the Heavenly Gate Guardian. Even if he was no match for the Heavenly Gate Guardian, he still wanted to summon the Sky Demon. It was clear that he wanted to drag everyone down with him. Currently, the southern part of the Shenwu dynasty was empty, and the central plains was controlled by the Sky Demon. Less than 10% of the Shenwu dynasty's army remained. As for the threat of the northern frontier, to be honest, these empires did not care about it. Not to mention the northern frontier, even if they included the northern territory that the Shenwu dynasty had not completely digested, they only had less than 1/3 of the territory of the Shenwu dynasty. Even at its peak, the Shenwu dynasty had been defeated by them, let alone the current northern frontier. However, the problem was that the Sky Demon was not an existence that they could deal with. The northern frontier had a way to kill the Sky Demon, but they could only spend a lot of money to buy the sealing tools from the Heavenly Gate Guardians. Even then, they might not succeed. Therefore, from this point of view, even if the 2 dynasties had completely lost the opportunity to occupy the Shenwu dynasty's territory, they could only watch as Lin Yuan and the Sky Demon confronted each other, waiting for the rise of the 7th dynasty, which was actually ruled by demon beasts. The Shuangjian dynasty could still think about the northern frontier, but in fact, they did not really want the Shenwu dynasty's territory. After all, other than the north where horses could be used for grazing, the other places were simply useless. The central plains had many hills, forests, and basins. The south was surrounded by rivers and seas. The northern frontier was mostly mountainous and close to the Hengduan Mountains. If it were not for Lin Yuan, the demon beasts that attacked every year would be a hot potato. The terrain of the Shunwu dynasty was not suitable for nomads like the Shuangjian dynasty. If they encountered demon beasts in such a terrain, even if the Shuangjian barbarian army was equipped with warhorses with mixed demon-beast bloodlines, they could not make use of their advantage of speed to fight against the demon beasts with mounted archery tactics. After all, the Shuangjian barbarian army could migrate to places with more lush water and grass at any time. Therefore, they did not build cities or city walls. They did not know how to defend cities that other dynasties were good at. Just like the nomads in the history of Lin Yuan's previous life, the dynasties of the Central Plains had been defeated by the nomads of the grasslands more than once or twice. Putting aside the involvement of the mythological system, why did the Second Qin dynasty die? That was because the Qin dynasty's army was suppressing the barbarians and other races at the borders. Why was Ying Jing called a tyrant? Was it purely to slander the Confucian school? Even if he did not want to admit it, Ying Zheng had indeed done something that required a lot of manpower and resources. However, Ying Zheng did not spend so much manpower and resources to build Epang Palace. Instead, it was the Great Wall that was regarded as the soul of the Dragon of China by countless people in the future. It was the Great Wall of the Kingdom of Zheng that could raise an army of 600,000 soldiers in Guangzhou after a long period of calamity. In order to build these great projects that would last for thousands of years, Ying Zheng was scolded as a tyrant. While the later emperors scolded Ying Zheng, they enjoyed the great rivers and mountains that Ying Zheng had created for them with a clear conscience. Apart from the Qin dynasty, the Han dynasty was the same. They had fought against the Xiongnu in the north for many years. In the future, it was said that all the dynasties in the past had died in weakness. Only the Han dynasty had died in strength. From this, one could see how much the Han dynasty had spent in order to fight against the Xiongnu. The rebellion of the five barbarians, the shame of Jingkang, the establishment of the Meng Yuan dynasty, and even the invasion of the Qing dynasty, too much history had proven the strength of the steppe tribes. In other words, their strategy of strength wins through hard work was undoubtedly the bane of the farming dynasties in the Central Plains. Even the great Emperor Qin Huang and the Emperor of Han Wu had to build the Great Wall and spend all their resources on military affairs. It was not something that could be covered up by a few words of self-deception. But then again, once the other tribes of the grasslands entered the Central Plains, they would have no choice but to give up their original nomadic habits and learn to be a dynasty that focused on farming. They had to learn the culture of the Han people, learn the knowledge of the Han people, and learn how to dress up. Then, they would perish. Qi Baisha once said, "Those who learn from me will live, those who imitate me will die." What he meant was that only by studying and learning from other people's things and then fusing them with one's own things could one go further. Blindly learning and copying would only accelerate one's own demise. The dynasties of the steppe tribes in his previous life did not understand this point. Or rather, even if they understood, they would still walk down this path. That was because there were too many life-threatening things in the steppe tribes. No one would be willing to hide in that kind of barren land to make a living. This was also the reason why the steppe tribes were the mortal enemies of the Central Plains. But in the Tianwu world, it was a completely different matter. The disasters of the steppe tribes were nothing to cultivators. On the other hand, the nomadic steppe tribes who worshipped the strong were all cultivators. So they did not envy the wealth of the farming dynasties. On the contrary, they enjoyed the freedom of the steppe tribes. In this small difference, the Shuangjian dynasty was clearly different from the steppe tribes in Lin Yuan's previous life. That was because they did not want to occupy the territory of the Shunwu dynasty at all. Compared to those useless things, they wanted the various resources stored in the northern frontier. They wanted to plunder large amounts of talents from all walks of life in the northern frontier. They wanted nothing more than to empty the northern frontier. So, the Qingjiang dynasty could obediently stay in their own land. However, the Shuangjian dynasty could not. They were constantly thinking about attacking the northern frontier. They wanted to make a fortune and avenge their previous humiliation. Frost Mirror Plains, Blood Liao tribe, in a tent sewn from the skin of a white wolf. The third prince of the Shuangjian dynasty kept rubbing his forehead. His black and white eyes shone brightly. In front of him was a war sand table that was perfectly replicated to a certain scale. From this, it could be seen that the Shuangjian dynasty had indeed put in a lot of effort. They had even scouted and mapped out the terrain of the northern frontier. They had returned to make a war sand table like this so that they could transmit real-time information to the rear and deduce the direction of the war. Chapter 1018. The Northern Frontier. Where have the troops of the Northern Frontier been transferred to? The third prince's eyes kept scanning the war sand table. After thinking for a while, he slowly reached out his hand and picked up the military models behind the Great Wall, which was built by the Northern Frontier to resist the cavalry of the Shuangjian dynasty. The military models were made to perfection, and even some details on the armor were exactly the same as the Southern expedition. The military models that were picked up were all holding war flags with the words Southern Expedition written on them. Although they were just models, they exuded an inexplicable killing intent. The Azure River Empire could not afford to offend the Northern Frontier. When fighting against other empires, the Azure River Empire could still rely on the two great rivers and the terrain of the Hungduan Mountains to defend themselves. However, such terrain was not only useless in front of the Blackwater Dragon King, who was a demonic beast. On the other hand, the aquatic demonic beasts in the Endless Sea and the Hungduan Mountains, and even the demon venerable in the southern wilderness, would stand on the northern frontier to attack the Azure River Empire in this war to divide the races, regardless of whether they were willing or not. It was true that the Baisheng navy was powerful, but they could only stabilize the demonic beasts in the Wei River. The other great river, the Endless Sea, and even the Hungduan Mountains were the most fatal threats to the Azure River Empire. To put it in an exaggerated way, if Lin Yuan wanted to start a war against the Azure River Empire, he did not even need to use the troops of the northern frontier. Holding the military models representing the southern expedition, the third prince looked back and forth on the war sand table. He was a little hesitant as he murmured, "The northern frontier will not ignore our attitude. If they want to attack the Sky Demon, they will definitely test us first." However, not only have the troops guarding the Great Wall not come out, they have even been transferred to other places. Therefore, the target of these troops is neither us nor the Sky Demon. It can only be, with a glint in his eyes, the third prince placed the military models one by one on the region representing the Hungduan Mountains. The situation suddenly became clear. However, the third prince's face did not have the slightest hint of joy from seeing through the actions of the northern frontier. On the contrary, a hint of worry appeared out of thin air, quickly destroying his handsome face into a frown, as if he had eaten a fly alive. If the Shuangjian dynasty attacked the Sky Demon Plains, they would be held back by the Shuangjian cavalry, which would give the Sky Demon the opportunity to invade. If the Shuangjian dynasty attacked the Sky Demon Plains, they would be held back by the Shuangjian cavalry. Although the Shuangjian dynasty had never contacted the Sky Demon before, the two sides had formed an alliance. Although it was a little strange, if one side was unlucky, the other side would benefit. The purpose of marching into the Hungduan Mountains is undoubtedly to keep the Shuangjian dynasty busy. The third prince shook his head with a bitter smile and murmured, "My father has recovered. Although he still has the heroic spirit of conquering the plains, his vision is so cloudy that he can't even understand the current situation. I really can't think of a worse move than to provoke the northern frontier at this time." The Shuangjian dynasty had suffered heavy losses in the war against the Shenwu dynasty when they attacked the northern frontier. If not for the fact that the third prince's father still had the prestige from when he was young and that the Blood Liao cavalry that he had painstakingly built up over the years was a real army of the Shuangjian grassland, the Shuangjian Khan would have changed his face by now. For the nomads, using a great victory and countless resources to make up for the previous losses was not a bad idea. This was the foundation of their foothold. Therefore, when the Shuangjian Khan proposed to form an alliance of all tribes again, the third prince did not express any opinion. But now, there was a problem. Of all the tribes to choose, why did they have to choose the northern frontier? Yes, the northern frontier was indeed the weakest force in the vicinity of the Shuangjian dynasty. But this weakness was relative. If not for the Black Jiao, the northern frontier would never have reached its current height. In other words, It was a miracle that the northern frontier could become so powerful in such a short time. Was it so hard to imagine that a man who had created countless miracles could create another miracle? Even if they wanted to attack the northern frontier, they had to win first. Now, before the armies of the various tribes of the Reflection Frost dynasty had gathered together, the north had already flipped the table. They didn't even test the waters and directly attacked the Hungdwan mountain range. If there were no accidents, this meant that the demonic beasts in the Hungdwan mountain range would soon erupt into a stampede and flood the Reflection Frost grassland. Test the waters? There was no need for that. There were 50 great dows, and 49 of them had escaped. But the human heart had always been greedy and insatiable. No one could truly grasp the thoughts of others. Therefore, the first thing that countless talented and bold kings did after leaving behind a major event that would be recorded in the annals of history was to kill the meritorious subjects. They mercilessly killed the old brothers who had accompanied them through countless hardships. Because no matter what the thoughts of these people were, they were indeed a threat to the position of these kings. If the northern frontier really came to test the Shuangjian dynasty, then the Frost Mirror Khan could pretend that he was scared by the Black Jiao. When the northern frontier army started to fight the Sky Demon, the northern frontier could only hold their noses and accept the loss. What could the northern frontier do after they got what they wanted? Would the Shuangjian dynasty be afraid of the northern frontier if they fought on the grassland? Now is not the time for the northern frontier to think about how to break out of this situation. We should be the ones thinking about how to break out of this situation. The light in the third prince's eyes dimmed as he started to calculate in his mind. After a while, he muttered with a pale face, "Now that the northern frontier army has been transferred away, my father will definitely not let go of this opportunity. He might not wait for the other tribes that haven't arrived yet to meet up with them. He might just send someone to give the order and lead the army to battle. But the northern frontier's Great Wall is not that easy to break through. Once our main forces are held back by the northern frontier under the Great Wall, the consequences will be unimaginable once the beast tide erupt." He paused for a while and clenched his fists. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a trap, this is a trap. That Black Jiao is tricking us into attacking the Great Wall of the northern frontier. His goal is not as simple as reclaiming the Central Plains and the south of the Shunwu dynasty. Once he takes care of the Sky Demon, we will be the next target of the northern frontier. No, I have to go and tell my father. We must not take advantage of this opportunity to attack the northern frontier." The third prince got up and staggered out of his tent. He happened to see a Shueliao knight coming over on a horse. Shueliao knight suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Third prince, the scouts have reported that the northern frontier army has been mobilized on a large scale. They are suspected to be attacking the Sky Demon of the Central Plains. The Great Khan is still personally leading the army. He asked me to come and tell you that while he is personally leading the army, he has entrusted the role of regent to you. This is the official seal that the Great Khan has given you." A cold wind suddenly blew on the grassland, causing the third prince, whose mind was blank, to shiver. Chapter 10:19. How could that be? Hearing this, the third prince felt as if something had exploded in his head. All of his thoughts had been blasted into a pile of mush. Right now, there was only one thought in his mind: it's over. The Shuangjian dynasty is finished. How could it not be? Third prince, you are the Khan's most outstanding son. This time, the Khan will definitely return victorious. Our Bloodliao tribe's reputation will continue to shake the steppe. However, the Khan is getting old, and I'm afraid he already has thoughts of passing down the throne to his successor. Thus, third prince, you will be in charge of supervising the country. You must ensure that supplies are delivered to the front lines on time. Don't ask for merit, just make sure you don't make any mistakes. Us old brothers may retire with the Khan, but our sons will still become Bloodliao knights. They will fight for the Bloodliao tribe and the Shuangjian dynasty. The Bloodliao knight narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be in a good mood. The Mirror Frost dynasty was undoubtedly one of the most powerful dynasties among the 7 dynasties. However, Due to their nomadic system, all kinds of agricultural and industrial industries were extremely backward. If they wanted to obtain wealth, they could only rely on plundering. In this process, there were rich places, and there were also poor places. Some places had a culture that was not inferior to the mirror frost grassland. There were also some places that were stable and peaceful. The people living there were like two-legged sheep. The mirror frost Kargan basically made all the decisions regarding plundering and plundering. It was naturally not a bad decision to befriend the next mirror frost Kargan in advance. Those who relied on their bravery to run amok in the grassland and looked down on everyone were either invincible or died without a burial ground. Khan Shuangjian had dominated the steppe all his life, conquering countless enemies and plundering countless places. He had left behind quite a few sons, but not all of them were talented. The most outstanding of them were undoubtedly the 13th prince, who was as brave as a tiger, and the 3rd prince, who was as cunning as a fox. The next Khan would undoubtedly be chosen from these two. Whether it was the old Khan or the leaders of the other tribes, they all favored the 13th prince. A Khan who could ride a horse, draw a bow, and lead the frost mirror steppe cavalry across the steppe was much more to their liking than a Khan who only knew how to strategize in the rear. However, during the attack on the northern frontier, the 13th prince had been captured. Even now, there was no news of him. He was suspected to be dead. This time, Khan Shuangjian might have gone to the northern frontier to see if he could bring back his favorite son. If the 13th prince was really dead, then the Khan Shuangjian Khan's position could only be passed to the 3rd prince. The next Khan Shuangjian Khan? The 3rd prince waved his sleeve and roared, "I've been weak since I was a child. Although I can cultivate, I can't control the Shuangjian war horse. Therefore, I order you to depart immediately. You must catch up with my father before the Shuangjian tribal alliance reaches the Great Wall of the northern frontier. Do whatever it takes to stop them from leaving. Otherwise, the Shuangjian dynasty will perish in this battle." This. Knight Xue Liao was slightly stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion. This time, the tribes of the Shuangjian dynasty were united. They didn't attack the northern frontier and the Shunwu dynasty separately like before. They also didn't provoke the sky demon. No matter how you looked at it, they wouldn't lose. How could they lose when they were riding on flying dragons? Why would the Shuangjian dynasty perish in this battle? Furthermore, the current Mirror Frost Kargan was no pushover. He was one of the 4 war gods alongside Lei Qiusheng, Yang Xingqi, and Zhao Xiong. He was a famous general among famous generals. In his early years, he was the most insignificant son of the previous Mirror Frost Kargan. He was even exiled to the border of the Mirror Frost grassland to build his own tribe. In the end, when Yang Xingqi came to attack them because the Shuangjian dynasty had plundered the Wanjian dynasty's border, they managed to hold off Yang Xingqi, who was the Wanjian dynasty's most adept at attacking, for 3 whole months with a temporary army made up of criminals and slaves. After receiving the support of the Mirror Frost Royal Court's elite army, they almost killed Yang Xingqi and forced him to retreat from the grassland. Then, Yang Xingqi took advantage of the situation and crushed the Wanjian dynasty's border army, completely destroying the last army of the Wanjian dynasty that could contend with Lei Qiusheng. It was during that battle that Yang Xingqi was held back in the Mirror Frost grassland, giving Lei Qiusheng the perfect opportunity to usurp the throne. By the time Yang Xingqi summoned the Fallen Star army from his fief and arrived at the royal capital, it was already too late. Of course, legends were always exaggerated. For example, the old Khan almost killed Yang Xingqi. If it wasn't for Lei Qiusheng stabbing him in the back, Yang Xingqi wouldn't have retreated to save the emperor. The outcome of that battle was unpredictable. But without a doubt, the old Khan's military prowess was enough to prove that he was able to hold off Yang Xingqi for 3 whole months with a bunch of small fries. A general like this who had dominated the grassland for decades would never think that he would lose just because of some alarmist words. Instead, it would arouse the old Khan's rebellious mentality. And as the despicable person who tried to stop the Shuangjian dynasty's plan, he would definitely die. The 3rd prince saw that Xue Liao Knight still hadn't moved. He shouted out, Take advantage of the fact that Father Khan hasn't gone too far. The speed of the army will definitely be slower than if you ride alone. If this matter fails, the Reflection Frost dynasty might even be destroyed. But before that happens, this solitude absolutely has the ability to slaughter your entire clan. Knight Shueliao gulped helplessly and said, "Third Prince, it's not that this subordinate is unwilling to serve you, but there's really no other way. You have to give this subordinate a reason so that this subordinate can convince the Khan. It's a long story, and I can't explain it in a few words. Anyway, you go ahead and hold my father back. Once I've dealt with the matter at hand, I will personally go to the frontline camp. When that time comes, I will personally explain the pros and cons to my father. If you succeed, it will be a great achievement. But if you fail to do what I gave you, just wait for me to wipe out your entire clan." The third prince's eyes darkened. Shueliao Knight didn't say anything else. He turned his horse around and chased after the Mirror Frost Khan's army. No one knew a son better than his father. On the other hand, after decades of living together, the third prince also understood his father. If he didn't have a good reason, he wouldn't give up on the idea of attacking the northern frontier. Even if he told his father his opinion, his father would still be stubborn and would even be laughed at for being an alarmist. So, all he could do now was to stall for time and wait for the Black Jiao to complete its plan in the Hungduan Mountains. When that time came, chaos would appear. If his father wasn't held back by the Great Wall of the northern frontier, then everything could still be safe. No matter how strong the alliance between the Hungduan Mountains and the northern frontier was, they still had to consider the opinions of the other dynasties, right? Chapter 1020. First of all, the Hungduan mountain range's demonic beasts were indeed very strong. Even the Shuangjin dynasty's proudest warriors were no match for the demonic beasts living in the Hungduan mountain range. If both sides were to fight to the death, the Shuangjin dynasty would definitely lose. However, the problem was that if the Hungduan mountain range attacked the Shuangjin dynasty on a large scale, they would naturally be able to destroy them. However, the Shuangjin dynasty at its peak could not be compared to the Shuangjin dynasty at its weakest. As long as the Hungduan mountain range was not engulfed by the beast tide immediately, the Hungduan mountain range would have to withdraw the beast tide when the other empires expressed their stance. No matter how powerful the Hungduan mountain range was, could they be more powerful than the 6 empires working together? The Shunwu dynasty was destroyed because Lei Qiusheng teamed up with the Sky Demon. It was an act of self-destruction. Meanwhile, the northern frontier was rising. In addition, the northern frontier king was indeed a human being. Therefore, under the premise that the northern frontier could kill the Sky Demon and rely on Lin Yuan's mysterious background, the other 6 empires could only turn a blind eye and allow the northern frontier to become one of the 7 new empires. However, the Shuangjin dynasty would not be destroyed. If the other 5 empires watched the Shuangjin dynasty being destroyed by the Black Jiao teamed up with the Hungduan mountain range, who knew if they would be the next target of the northern frontier? As long as we can hold on until the Hungduan mountain range changes, as long as we can hold on until, this situation will naturally be resolved. The third prince sighed, tightened the snow-white fox fur coat around his body, and murmured, my father, even if you are too old, you should open your eyes once in a while and look at the world. Don't drag the entire Frost Mirror grassland down with you. Otherwise, I will have to." As he muttered to himself, he walked further and further away. His figure gradually disappeared in the cold wind. At the same time, on the Great Wall of the northern frontier, a bald man in his 30s stroked his mustache, a cold glint flashing through his eagle-like eyes. Previously, when the northern frontier army swept across the north, he was the first enemy general that Li Zhongxing encountered. With a clear strategy of rewards and a simple fortified town, he delayed the main force of the southern expedition led by Li Zhongxing for a whole day. It could even be said that if the southern expedition army was strong enough, it was far from what the rebel army in the northern frontier army could contend with. If he had more soldiers and more provisions, he could have delayed Li Zhongxing for a longer period of time. He might even have been able to turn defeat into victory and defeat the northern frontier army. Now, he was a marquis in the southern expedition army. He had a total of 20,000 soldiers under his command. The soldiers were selected from the old Northern Frontier Army who had a tough culture. Their equipment was also the best standard equipment from the Ministry of Works. Although he was not famous among the generals in the Northern Frontier, he was Li Zhongsheng's most trusted right-hand man. At the same time, he was also the last organized garrison on the Great Wall of the Northern Frontier. The place that he was ordered to be stationed at was built later on. It was not based on a city. It was built with cement and mountains. It was a strong pass that could not be broken through by one man. However, at the same time, this was the most prominent and weakest part of the entire defense system of the Northern Frontier Great Wall. Unlike other places, where soldiers could be recruited to fight at any time, and where it was not convenient to obtain supplies from the city, this place had to be defended by a strong army. This was because this place was built as a protruding point for the purpose of engaging in battle. According to the Frost Mirror cavalry art, the Northern Frontier Army had to pass through this place. In fact, they had to conquer this pass before they could continue to the real Great Wall of the Northern Frontier. Therefore, it was obvious that this place would be the first battlefield between the Northern Frontier Army and the Frost Mirror cavalry art. It would also be the cruelest meat grinder in the entire war. The bald man scratched his head. His eyes were glowing fiercely, making him look like a human-shaped ferocious beast. He roared, "Mother ****, even a bunch of brats who just graduated from the military academy can step on your head and become a member of the so-called general class of the Northern Frontier Army. As long as you can survive, you will at least be a deputy general in the future. Look at you idiots. You were the first to join the army in the Northern Frontier Army, but you are still nothing." The soldiers around him looked helpless, but no one said anything to refute him. First of all, their Marquis was telling the truth. However, they couldn't figure it out either. Since ancient times, all the famous generals had fought on the battlefield. Even if they were trained by the military books in the military academy, they were just armchair strategists. How could they start so much better than veterans like them? Second of all, although their Marquis was a little vulgar with his words, his martial arts were really strong. Putting aside the fact that his cultivation was much higher than theirs, even if both sides suppressed their cultivation, there was no doubt that this Marquis was a ferocious man who could fight against 100 people by himself. It was as if he was really a ferocious beast under his human body. Seeing the helpless expressions around him, the bald man, who felt bored, rolled his eyes and roared, "I don't know if you are convinced that those brats are riding on your heads, but I'm definitely not convinced. Therefore, this battle is your chance to turn the tables around. I've already made a deal with that bastard Li Zhongsheng. If you can chop off the heads of 5 barbarians, you'll be promoted by 1 rank. The more you kill, the higher you'll be promoted. For those who survive after the battle, I'll personally go to the Southern Expedition encampment and ask for your reward. Even if the Dragon King comes, I'll still have the same attitude. Marquis Wu Wei. Long live the Northern Frontier. Marquis Wu Wei. Long live the Northern Frontier. Marquis Wu Wei. Long live the Northern Frontier." As the bald man's voice fell, the soldiers around him clearly became spirited. After all, the world was not peaceful now. Soldiers really had to fight on the battlefield. A single mistake could lead to death or disability. As military cultivators at the bottom of society, it was definitely very difficult for them to get their hands on those spiritual items that could regenerate broken limbs. Therefore, once they were disabled, they would basically lose their lives. As long as there was another way out, not many people would be willing to join the military. No matter what reason they joined the military in the first place, they were already here. If they wanted to retire, they had to follow the rules of the Northern Frontier. After a certain number of years, they could apply for retirement and be demobilized. Then, they would be able to obtain a job or land assigned by the Northern Frontier and live as an ordinary person. Now, other than living a healthy life, the only thing they had left to do was to make contributions. The temptation of 5 officers being promoted by 1 rank was not ordinary. After all, with a promotion, whether it was salary or safety, it would greatly increase. Apart from fierce people like Gao Buzhen, who was named champion general, how many high-ranking officers would fight on the front lines? If Lin Yuan were here, he would definitely sigh. This bald man whom Li Zhongxing had captured and entrusted with an important task was indeed too low-key. Otherwise, with his ability, he would definitely be able to participate in the previous meeting in Shunning City. Chapter 1021. 5 heads and a promotion of 1 rank. First of all, it was hard to say whether they could win against the entire army of the Frost Mirror Grassland. Even if they could survive until the change in the Hungduan Mountains and the Northern Frontier Army came to their aid, how many of them could survive? And of those who survived, how many of them could successfully chop off 5 or more heads? Of course, he would do as he said. However, he knew very well that this was nothing more than a way to boost the morale of his army. On the battlefield, life and death could be decided in an instant. How could he have so many chances to chop off the heads of his enemies and carry them with him? However, this idea was too powerful. If one were to expand it further, it would be the military merit system that the Great Qin Empire relied on to conquer the Sixth State. During the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, the reform of the state of Wei was the earliest. As the saying went, one must work hard in order to earn merit. It completely changed the practice of the Zhou imperial family selecting people from relatives and old friends to obtain official positions or military ranks. After that, it was the reform of the state of Wu, who was killed by the nobles of the state of Chu. The reform of the state of Chu led to the reform of the state of Chu. Using the reduced ranks of nobles, the state of Chu used the reduced ranks of nobles to strengthen the state of Chu. These 2 states were undoubtedly the strongest in the Warring States period. After that, it was the military merit system that Xiangyang proposed after the reform of the state of Qin. In Xiangyang's reform, anyone who made military contributions could enjoy a noble title regardless of their family background, social class, or social class. In an instant, it created a valiant Qin Empire where every citizen was a soldier and was willing to fight. Following that, Xiangyang proposed that those from the imperial family who did not make military contributions could not be a subordinate, which removed the privilege of the imperial family and the nobles who obtained a high rank based on their bloodline. That was how the Great Qin came to have the Meng clan, Wang clan, and other clans that produced many famous generals. Even the Ying clan had many generals who were good at war. Unfortunately, even if Lin Yuan knew about this, he would not adopt the military merit system as the standard for the Northern Frontier Army. This was because not only had the system allowed Great Qin to sweep through the 6 nations, but it had also nearly destroyed Great Qin. For example, the famous General Li Xin of the Qin dynasty at the end of the Warring States period. If one carefully studied his military exploits, one could see that when Li Xin was at his peak, he was a famous general who could be mentioned in the same breath as Meng Tian in the Qin dynasty. He was also a typical example of successful military exploits under the system of military exploits. His war record was extremely dazzling. He had participated in a series of battles such as attacking Zhao, exterminating Yang, exterminating Chu, and exterminating Qi. However, it was as if a man like him had been forgotten by the historians. Only in the historical records related to Li Xin could one see the figure of Li Xin. Nevertheless, it was not difficult to tell that Li Xin was a general highly valued and trusted by Ying Zheng, and that emperor, who was a man of great talent and bold vision, had given Li Xin sufficient authority and a stage for him to display his talents. However, Li Xin was a man who liked to use his troops in dangerous situations, and he was also very greedy for military exploits under the system of military exploits. The reason why he was not recorded in the history books was because he was one of the few real stains in Ying Zheng's life. According to the history books, when Qin dynasty attacked Chu dynasty, Ying Zheng asked Wang Jian how many soldiers and horses he needed. Wang Jian said 600,000, but Li Xin said 200,000 would be enough. Ying Zheng was overjoyed and said, "General Wang is already old. Why are you afraid? General Li is indeed a man of great courage. What you said is true." This was a scene that was recorded in the historical records. After that, during the war against Chu dynasty, Li Xin vividly taught Ying Zheng a lesson called Your Father or Your Father, and the lesson was very expensive. The 200,000 Qin soldiers that Ying Zhang assigned to Li Xin to attack Chu dynasty were defeated by Xiong, and almost all of them were wiped out. After that, Li Xin never appeared on the stage of history again. Of course, there were some historical records that stated that Li Xin did not die in this battle. However, in all the later battles, Li Xin basically played a supporting role, and did all the work for Li Xin. In the history books, Li Xin was also erased, and even the cause of his death was not explained. Ironically, when the 200,000 Qin soldiers were completely wiped out and the Great Qin Empire was facing a crisis, the historical records once again recorded that Ying Zheng invited Wang Jian out and said with an extremely angry tone, "I did not use the general strategy." Li Xin is indeed a disgrace to the Qin army. Li Xin was defeated by his own arrogance, and Ying Zheng was defeated by his own credulity. However, there was no doubt that Li Xin's defeat was due to the military merit system. Under such a system, a general like Li Xin would be born. If he wanted to win, he would win, but if he wanted to lose, he would lose. There was no possibility of being in the middle. Although Lin Yuan was invincible, that was only for himself. In the future, the northern frontier would become bigger and bigger, and the Shenwu dynasty or the Tianwu continent would not be the end of his conquest. In the not-too-distant future, he would even be like the Great Desolate World, conquering thousands of worlds, and constantly absorbing nutrients for himself to grow. In the end, he would lead an army into the Great Desolate World, and work together with the other system hosts to fight against Hongjun and his subordinate. If the northern frontier was defeated, with Lin Yuan, the northern frontier could still continue to exist. However, in the future, when the Tianwu world was defeated in the Great Desolate World, could Lin Yuan protect the entire world? This kind of defeat that could easily cause the entire army to be wiped out was not something he could accept. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the surrounding soldiers, as if they could not wait to rush out of the Great Wall and kill a few Shuangjian barbarian, the bald man sighed in his heart. He was afraid that he had used too much strength this time. After thinking for a while, his eyes narrowed, and he added, "However, brothers, there will be opportunities for promotion and wealth in the future. The most important thing is to survive. Although my attitude is clear, I still have to give the higher-ups a way out. Therefore, in addition to the reward, I have to set another rule for you. From now on, 5 people will work together in a team. If one of you dies, the other 4 will be punished, and you will have to kill the enemy to atone for your crimes. If one of you dies, you will have to kill 1 more enemy, and if 2 of you die, you will have to kill 2 more enemy. The number of heads you cut off will be subtracted from the number of your comrades who died in battle. Only then will the higher-ups recognize the reward I set for you. Do you understand? It was impossible to win a battle with hot-bloodedness and valiance. Even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. However, with the reward in front of the rules, these little bastards would not risk their lives to harvest the heads of the Shuangjian barbarian. Instead, they would really work together in battle. Not only would the battle formation increase their chances of victory, it would also reduce the casualties. The possibility of them dragging on until the Hengduan mountain range changed would also be greater. The surrounding soldiers were silent for a moment before they agreed once again. The rules were set not only to give the higher-ups a way out, but also to protect themselves. This was to prevent some people who were hot-blooded and left the battle formation for promotion and wealth, which would only drag them down. Furthermore, as long as the reward did not change, they would have enough motivation. Naturally, there was no possibility of their enthusiasm decreasing. They would just be more cautious. Chapter 1022. Northern Frontier, Shunning City. Lin Yuan saw more and more northern frontier troops gathering outside the city through the eyes of God. He turned his head to look at Li Zhongxing, who had a calm expression on his face. After the two looked at each other for a moment, Lin Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and asked doubtfully, "You've mobilized almost the entire Great Wall garrison. Are you sure the remaining guys can withstand the cavalry of the Shuangjian dynasty?" Li Zhongxing was silent for a moment and then turned his head to the side. He lowered his voice and said, "When this general conquered the north, he encountered a powerful fellow in the first battle. With less than 100,000 soldiers, he was able to hold off the main force of the Southern Expedition Army for almost an entire day. Although the result was indeed this general's victory, in terms of the process, this general lost completely. After a pause, he continued, among the 100,000 troops, except for less than 10,000 of the original garrison troops, the rest were servants, guards, and even newly recruited able-bodied men. They had received almost no military training and their equipment was also very simple. Some of them even used pitchforks and kitchen knives to fight against my army. In addition, he lost to me not because he could only hold on for a day, but because my army was far more numerous than his at that time. Under the siege, he would lose sooner or later. In order to avoid a disaster of cannibalism, he compromised and surrendered. Otherwise, I would have wasted a lot of time when I went out to sweep the north. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and tried hard not to laugh out loud. He did not deny Shen Linjun's strength, but he would not blindly praise Shen Linjun either. This was because Li Zhongxing, who was trained as a future officer in Shen Linjun's reserve force, was not even as good as Luo Shu, the former commander of the garrison corps in Zhanshan City. He even learned from Luo Shu for a period of time before he became the commander-in-chief of the southern expedition in the northern frontier. Shen Linjun was indeed strong, but this kind of strength also led to many mistakes. For example, when Shen Linjun fought, he only needed to rely on his strong individual strength and superior equipment and supplies that were far superior to others to flatten the enemy. He did not need good command and tactics at all. The so-called Shen Linjun's reserve officers learned how to observe their own team and not affect their fellow soldiers in battle. However, Li Zhongxing had indeed grown a lot after experiencing the war with the Frost Mirror Barbarian and the Sky Demon Corps. This also showed that Shen Linjun trained him as an officer because he had the qualifications and not because Shen Linjun's higher-ups casually chose him. Some things were better left unsaid. There was no need to say it out loud. However, Li Zhongxing's words had indeed aroused Lin Yuan's interest. Relying on less than 10,000 city guards and a large number of militia to make Li Zhongxing suffer in a situation where their military strength and equipment were inferior, this leader was indeed a talented general. It was even possible that he was an existence that had truly experienced war. The defense of the Great Wall of the northern frontier has been handed over to this person by this subordinate. We have also made a deduction. The Frost Mirror Barbarian's ability to play a limited role in a siege battle is extremely limited. In addition, the area of the pass that can be used for battle is not large. In a situation where he does not come out, he can at least hold on for 2 months. Even if the situation changes, in the worst-case scenario, he can hold on for half a month. This is enough to hold on until the Blackwater Army cleans up the northern frontiers undead and then go to their rescue. It's just that Li Zhongxing still tilted his head, as if he did not want Lin Yuan to see the embarrassment on his face. After a while, he muttered, "This guy likes to make empty promises. After this battle, I'm afraid that this general will have to bleed a little. There is no problem on my side, but I'm afraid that the king of the northern frontier will have some bad ideas. Therefore, I hope that the Dragon King will take care of me." Lin Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Of course. If this person can block the Shuangjian dynasty's army for this king, it will be a meritorious service to destroy the country. This king will naturally not be stingy." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, and he said in a deep voice, "However, the army outside is almost fully assembled. Then, we should also set off for the Hengduan mountain range. Let's go and give this king's old friends a big surprise." The Blackwater Army was in charge of cleaning up the immortals in the northern frontier. Those underworld river creatures were also with the Blackwater Army. It would take at most half a month to completely clean up the immortals in the northern frontier. In addition, Lin Yuan had now set up teleportation formations in each of the Blackwater Army's Dragon King temples in the northern frontier. They did not even need to travel and could directly rush to the battlefield. It could be said that once they were free, they would be able to give the Shuangjian dynasty a fierce blow. In a conventional war, no one could win against Lin Yuan. It was because he was a cheat. The base of more than 400 million Joss flames was placed here. There were also the believers in the northern frontier and the believers of the grayscaled flood dragon people providing Joss flames every day to support the extremely developed teleportation formations in the northern frontier. It was even more ridiculous than the time when Lin Yuan helped the monster beasts in the outer sea in the Endless Sea. Although Lin Yuan did not have the command this time with the Eye of God, after activating the shared command channel, it was directly connected to the Northern Frontiers Military Institute and the Strategic Analysis Department. Even the slightest abnormality would be known to everyone. Under this situation, the entire northern frontier seemed to be a single entity. Behind every single army were countless strategists providing strategies. Even if different armies were very far away from each other, they could still communicate tactics with each other. How could the flying dragon face rider lose? No, this seemed to be a poisonous milk. Lin Yuan spat twice in his heart. Then, he twisted his body and flew out as if he did not recognize his own family. As for the cultivators of the Shuangjian dynasty, in general, powerful cultivators would not interfere with the secular affairs of the empire. Even the ruler of a country could only reach the Heaven's Star border realm at most. How high could the cultivation of the officials and generals under him be? Even if there were one or two strange creatures, were the cultivators of the northern frontier all dead? The cultivators of the other empires were under the jurisdiction of the guardians of the heavenly gates, but who dared to interfere with the cultivators of the northern frontier? This was not the first time that Lin Yuan had flipped out. The last time, he had called for a creature from the outside world to kill the ancestor demons of the Endless Sea like they were dogs. This time, Lin Yuan had personally attacked and used a great divine ability that countless natives of the Tianwu world did not even dare to imagine. He had directly killed 2 demon kings and even refined their souls into the black water of the netherworld realm, causing them to never be able to reincarnate. Words like having one's soul destroyed and never being able to reincarnate were considered the highest punishments among the guardians of the heavenly gates. These so-called great cultivators did not have the courage to become enemies with Lin Yuan. After all, if they lost to someone else, they could think of a way to revive. If they really could not, they could reincarnate. However, if they lost to Lin Yuan, it would be fine if there was no enmity between them, but if there was a grudge between them, they would be ordered around even after they died. Chapter 1023. Shunning City was the current capital of the northern frontier. It was also a pass between the northern frontier and the north. In other words, the border cities of the Shenwu dynasty were all passes. Over the years, Lei Qiusheng had been fighting with the demon beasts of the Hengduan mountain range for territory. Although from a military point of view, the existence of these passes ensured the safety of the northern frontier cities, from an economic point of view, the reason why the northern frontier was poor was mostly because of these passes. This point could be seen from the fact that ever since Lin Yuan took control of the northern frontier, the profits he obtained were so great that even the guards of the Heavenly Gate formation were envious. The reason why the rich countries that had been fighting all year round were not very rich was because of the lack of manpower. Every time there was a war, except for some so-called dangerous terrain that the militarists had to fight for, the territories that they fought for were basically places with abundant materials. As the saying goes, one relies on the mountain to make use of the mountain, and one relies on the river to make use of the water. If it were not for the demon beasts attacking the northern frontier, which was built close to the Hengduan mountain range, might have been even richer than some of the cities along the southern coast. As the largest source of demon beasts' materials and forest spiritual items, the northern frontier should have attracted countless merchant groups. However, looking at the northern frontier before, not a single decent merchant group was willing to establish a foothold here. On the contrary, the demon-subduing Master Association, which fought against demon beasts, was extremely prosperous. It could even be mentioned in the same breath as the Shenwu dynasty's government office in the northern frontier. Zhanshan City, as the first pass of the Shenwu dynasty against the Hengduan mountain range, was also the route that the northern frontier army had to pass through. Originally, it was only established near the Hengduan mountain range to trade demon beasts' materials and spiritual items. Later, a large amount of resources accumulated through trade piled up and became the frontline pass of the Hungduan mountain range. But on the other hand, whether it was from the northern frontier or from other places, one would have to pass through many passes. Then, one would have to pay the entrance tax, lodging fee, and travel fee. After the transaction, one would have to pay the tax according to one's income. The tax rate of the Shunwu dynasty was not the kind of tax rate in Lin Yuan's previous life. For merchants, paying the tax once was equivalent to cutting their flesh with a knife, not to mention that no matter what route one took, one would have to pay the tax at least 3 times. Therefore, after Lin Yuan took over the northern frontier, he did not hesitate to tear down those passes. After all, he did not have to worry about the demon beasts going against him. Then, he established the Northern Territory Chamber of Commerce and included most of the transactions in his own hands. Firstly, monopolizing the market would allow him to reap a large amount of dividends. Secondly, once the market was saturated, he could adjust the price at any time without worrying about being hit hard by disrupting the market. This was the experience of his previous life. It was far from what the merchants of the feudal era could think of. Lei Qiusheng might have thought of it, but compared to doing business, he preferred to directly collect taxes. After all, the northern frontier was a place of exile in his eyes. Whether it was rich or poor did not have much to do with him. When passing by the ruins of Zhongshan City, Lin Yuan glanced at the area called Forest of Hungry Ghosts. A large number of Blackwater Army were stationed nearby. Some youths wearing the Northern Frontier Academy's uniform were walking and stopping under the guidance of their respective instructors. From time to time, they would bury a few items or draw formation patterns. This was also Lin Yuan's special request. After all, in the Forest of Hungry Ghosts, there was still the number 1 Azura, Liquor Sword Xian. Now, he already knew what these so-called immortals were. As for whether Liquor Sword Xian would turn into an Azura after his death or be turned into an Azura by the alien monster using the elixir of immortality, he had already made a decision. The so-called elixir of immortality was just the nether blood sea that was somewhat similar to the black water of the nether realm. The Nether River ancestor and the Azura tribe were all born from it. Lin Yuan had never seen the real nether blood sea. Although he could use myths and legends for reference, what he had seen and heard during this period was still somewhat different from what really happened in the untainted world. After all, in the orthodox history of the untainted world that Hongjun had fabricated, he would not explicitly tell the future generations that the so-called investiture of the gods was originally a farce. Its purpose was only to suppress the human race and humanity. Similarly, he would not clearly state why the Yellow Emperor was so cruel and why Red Cloud Taoist was so gullible. Before seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Yuan would not make any certain judgment. But in a sense, the Nether Blood Sea was indeed a substance similar to the black water of the Nether Realm. Those immortals did not seem to be any different from the Nether River creatures created by the black water of the Nether Realm. It was just that Lin Yuan's Nether River creatures beside him were no different from when they were alive, except that their bodies were completely black. However, unless the immortals stored a large amount of the elixir of immortality, which contained an unknown active substance, they were like the zombies in the movies of his previous life. Other than being unable to be killed, there was really nothing to fear about such brainless monsters. Of course, Lin Yuan would not think that his black water of the Nether Realm was more powerful than the Nether Blood Sea. After all, other than the Sky Demon, the Nether River Patriarch had also used the Nether Blood Sea to create a powerful species like the Azura tribe. If it was the current Lin Yuan, he really would not be able to do the same thing. Well, the Azura tribe might not be the Nether River Patriarch's family tribe. After all, the Ksitigaba Bodhisattva oversaw the Nether Blood Sea with the purpose of converting the Azura tribe into the Western sect. If they were a family tribe, the Western sect would not be able to do this no matter how powerful they were. Just like the grey-scaled flood dragon people under Lin Yuan's command. Even if they were Lin Yuan's followers, they would not easily betray Lin Yuan and switch to other faiths. On the other hand, these Sky Demon, which had never been recorded, would self-destruct once they betrayed Lin Yuan. They were more like a family tribe that had been created. After all, by spending a large amount of incense power, It was indeed possible to create a similar setting for a family tribe. And for an old monster like the Nether River Patriarch who had lived for who knows how many years, it was not surprising that he had so much incense power. There was an 80% chance that the Wine-Sword Mystery was a natural Azura. Although the Wine-Sword Mystery had been hiding his identity in the northern frontier in his later years, when the Thousand Swords dynasty was still around, this Sword King could indeed be said to have fought for his entire life. If not for the fact that the Wine-Sword Mystery had placed all his attribute points on his personal strength and not on the path of commanding an army, the Azure River, Thousand Swords, and Frost Mirror Empires would not only have the 4 great war gods. For such a person to turn into an Azura after death, it was indeed in accordance with the rules of the Azura Dao. As for the fact that this world did not have the Azura Dao, however, the will of the Sky Martial world had always been trying to complete itself. The Heavenly Emperor and the Nether King had all been chosen, and the Human King was probably about to be chosen. When the 3 realms were established, it would be time to set up an existence similar to the Heavenly Court and the Underworld. Was it a rare thing to set up the 6 paths of reincarnation in advance? Therefore, the natural Azura Wine-Sword Mystery, Lin Yuan must take him under his command. Chapter 1024. Although Lin Yuan did not want to become the god of the underworld of Qianwu world and be bound to this world, with the all-life scripture, if he could cultivate it, Lin Yuan would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the laws. Not to mention the world will, even if the world will gave birth to the 3 Daos of heaven, earth, and man, it would not be able to control Lin Yuan's will. When the price was high enough, Lin Yuan would be able to do whatever he wanted in Qianwu world, or to be more precise, modify and set up a portion of the laws. This was how cultivation was. Transforming one's demonic energy and astral energy into various special effects was actually using the power of the laws. Therefore, a great cultivator would be able to do whatever he wanted with a clap of his hands. After becoming a true god, Lin Yuan would go one step further and forcefully suppress the power of the laws. Compared to being silent, it was more like directly crippling one's technique and then relying on the strength of one's physical body. A great cultivator was destined to be inferior to a true god, not to mention a true god who could continue to use techniques. Below the true god, everyone was an ant. And the all-life scripture was a level higher than that of a true god. It was no longer purely controlling and suppressing the power of the laws. A true god suppressing a great cultivator's power of the laws had a time limit, but cultivating the all-life scripture directly changed it. The general idea was that if you were my enemy and I said you were a cripple, you would really become a cripple unless you also had the power to change the laws. In the Great Wasteland world, the all-life scripture was a straightforward way to become a saint. This was not some heavenly Dao saint, but a true primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal. The Earth Immortals, Heavenly Immortals, and true gods in the Great Wasteland world already had an endless lifespan, but after every era, they would have to go through 3 calamities and 9 disasters, as well as the 5 decay of heaven and man. In other words, they would have to undergo a tribulation every one of 1,399,860,000 years. If they could successfully pass the tribulation, they would be able to continue living freely in the new era. If they could not pass, the so-called immortal would not even have a corpse left behind. In the novels of his previous life, those who could leave behind a corpse after death were all world-shaking experts. This was not without reason. In other words, in the great desolate world, if one was not strong to a certain extent, leaving a complete corpse was an extravagant hope. The Heavenly Way sage entrusted his primordial spirit to the Heavenly Way. The so-called indestructible meant that he did not need to go through the tribulation at all. Even if he did not survive the tribulation, he could still reconstruct his primordial spirit from the Heavenly Way. Although he would lose his cultivation every time he reconstructed his primordial spirit, with the support of the Heavenly Way, he was not someone ordinary people in the untainted land could compete with. As for the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal, the so-called true sage, it was eternal. When the Heavenly Way sage left the Great Wasteland world, he would at most have the cultivation of a peak sage to be. However, no matter where the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal went to, he would be a primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal. Because at this stage of cultivation, instead of calling himself a sage, it was better to say that he had become a kind of existence like a rule, just like Pan Gu who represented force, Yongmai who represented space and time. When one cultivated to the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal, he could transcend everything. He could change the timeline at will, reverse cause and effect, and tamper with the past and the future. In the novels of his previous life, those who fought across the long river of time were already the Almighty of the Almighty. However, this kind of operation was only one of the basic operations for the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal. However, there were not many existences who had attained the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal in the untainted land. According to the information shared by the system, Yang Mai was dissatisfied with Hong Jun imprisoning all living beings in the untainted land and tried to reverse the long river of time. Then, Yang Mai and Hong Jun had a great battle in the long river of time. However, in the end, no one gained the upper hand. Hong Jun had countless magic treasures taken away while Yang Mai was also seriously injured and had to escape from the untainted land. The battle between the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal had always been so simple and unpretentious. If they really fought, it would be in the long river of time. This was because the so-called past and future did not exist in the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal. No matter which timeline you went to, as long as you were against the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal, you would be facing the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal you had seen. Hong Jun had once said, "The small trend can be changed, but the big trend cannot be reversed." This sentence was a warning to all living beings in the untainted land. He did not mind those with evil intentions scheming under his nose. If they had a certain level of strength, Hong Jun would not mind turning a blind eye and giving them better treatment. However, if they tried to overturn cause and effect and change the past to affect the present Hong Jun, then sorry, only death awaited them. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, no wonder the system said that I was lucky. The Sutra of All Beings is indeed different from other heavenly level cultivation methods that lead directly to the path of true gods. This is simply a path to sainthood. If not for the jealousy of the heavens, those who cultivate the Sutra of All Beings are destined to attain the primordial chaos grand heavenly immortal. However, the road had to be taken one step at a time, and the rice had to be eaten one bite at a time. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and turned to look at Li Zhongxing beside him. He said in a deep voice, "This king still has some matters to settle. Continue to lead the army forward. If you encounter the demonic beasts of the Hengduan mountain range, directly state the purpose of this king's visit. After that, the entire army will move out and directly go to the demonic beast imperial court to wait for this king's arrival." Understood. Li Zhongxing cupped his fists and responded in a deep voice. In fact, the path into the Hengduan mountain range was not dangerous. After all, after leaving the boundary of mountain blocking city, they would enter the demonic beast forest. The demonic beasts living in this forest were all spirit awakening realm demonic beasts and wild beasts that could not even be considered demonic beasts. Not to mention the current Northern Frontier Army, even if he was alone, he could easily slaughter all the creatures in this forest. After passing through the demonic beast forest and entering the Hengduan mountain range, not long after, they would arrive at the Stoneclaw forest and Scarlet Flame Swamp. These two areas had the Northern Frontiers flag. According to the information provided by the caravan members, Lin Yuan's territory in the Hengduan mountain range was fine. After all, even if they wanted to snatch the position of Beast Lord, the most they could do was to seal off Lin Yuan's path into the Hengduan mountain range. As for touching Lin Yuan's territory in the Hengduan mountain range, that was not too far away. That was equivalent to giving Lin Yuan a slap in the face. Fighting for the position of Beast Lord was one thing, but if you touched someone else's territory, it would be a blood feud that would not end until one side was dead. Just like when Lin Yuan attacked the Scarlet Flame Swamp, he directly killed the Scarlet Flame Crocodile King. This was considered normal in the Hengduan mountain range. Unless the other side had a strong background, a battle involving territory would only end when one side was completely annihilated. After leaving the Northern Frontier Army, Lin Yuan directly twisted his flood dragon body and rushed toward the hungry ghost forest. Chapter 1025. Originally, he did not want to become the god of the underworld because he would be bound by the will of the world. He would not be able to go to the untainted world, let alone return to his previous world. But with the way to become a saint, everything was different. Wouldn't it be better to be one with the Tao and dominate the cycle of reincarnation? And from another point of view, Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with the system of the god of the underworld. If he could find the location of his previous world, Lin Yuan could merge the two worlds. Anyway, he did not know if the previous world was caused by the system or if it was truly exhausted of spiritual qi. Ever since Lin Yuan could remember, it had been in a period of absolute isolation. Not to mention true gods, there were not even many mortals with cultivation. By merging the two worlds, Lin Yuan could directly dominate the underworld. It was not a big deal to break some taboos. At that time, even if he could not directly revive his loved ones, he could arrange a better family in the next life. Of course, the prerequisite was that Lin Yuan could be one with the Tao and completely control the underworld. Empress Pingxin learned a lesson from the mistakes of Lin Yuan. The will of the world was definitely not as ambitious as Hong Jun. But from another point of view, the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man were all derived from the will of the world. Even if Lin Yuan was one with the Tao and did not treat the people of the Tianwu world as slaves and prisoners like Hong Jun, the will of the world would not like him. Just in case, it was not wrong to have all 9 Taos of the Tao realm in his hands. Change the formation, from a trapping formation to a killing formation. When this king comes out, directly activate the formation and clean up all the hungry ghosts. Lin Yuan flew over, his voice loud and clear. In an instant, it was transmitted to the ears of the nearby academy disciples and the Blackwater army. At the same time, a red light flashed rapidly in the forest of hungry ghosts. When the blood light stopped, hundreds of hungry ghosts' corpses fell down. The wounds on these corpses did not begin to heal. The wounds that were cut by sharp weapons were constantly wriggling with blood flames. As the blood flames grew stronger, the bodies of the hungry ghosts began to gradually wither. Then, the bloody light materialized into the figure of a young man in his 20s. He had delicate features, and one could vaguely see the graceful bearing of Zhu Zhenxian when he was young. He wore a set of blood-red armor, and there was a bulging sphere on his chest. That sphere slowly opened, and it was actually a huge eye with white eyes and black pupils that were filled with blood vessels. As the huge eye opened, the blood flames on the bodies of the hungry ghosts became even more vigorous. After a moment, the hungry ghosts were all turned into ashes. Streaks of gloomy grey gas appeared, and like a torrential sea, they all entered the huge eye. At this time, the aura on Zhu Zhenxuan's body had clearly become stronger. The Azura tribe had a very strange movement. The male Azura were extremely ugly, and it could be said that they were all deformed. The most common form was Neza, who was born as an Azura with 3 heads and 6 arms, or 4 eyes and 4 arms. There were even more terrifying existences with 9 heads and 1,000 eyes, and 8 legs and 990 arms. Someone like Zhu Zhenxian, who retained his previous appearance, with his torso turned into armor and a pair of huge eyes on his chest, was actually considered a rare handsome man in the entire Azura tribe. However, this appearance would still give people a strange and evil feeling. Kill the heavens, kill the earth, kill all living beings. Using killing to prove one's Tao, it is indeed not a bluff. Lin Yuan's voice suddenly sounded. The huge eye on Zhu Zhenxuan's chest turned slightly, and his body turned, facing Lin Yuan, who suddenly appeared behind him. His right arm shook, and it actually turned into a sharp sword. Its texture was like a bone, but it was wrapped with a large amount of black and red demonic qi and blood qi. Just this point was enough for Lin Yuan to raise his attention to deal with it. The Azura demonic qi entering the body was not a joke. After being corroded by the Azura demonic qi, the quality of one's body would be greatly improved, and all kinds of cultivation techniques would be like having the help of the gods. It sounded good, but the more serious the corrosion of the Azura demonic qi was, The more distorted and deformed the person would gradually transform from the original species into the Asura tribe. It was even more ferocious and terrifying than the Asura tribe that was born normally. There was no rationality to speak of, and only endless killing intent and an unending desire to fight remained in their mind. More importantly, when the Asura demonic chi entered the body, there was no way to treat it. According to the teachings of Buddhism, if one wanted to treat the Asura demonic chi entering the body, one had to put down the butcher's knife, eat vegetarian, and pray to Buddha. In other words, one had to cultivate one's body and mind to suppress the killing intent and desire to fight in one's heart. Moreover, it was treating the symptoms and not the root cause. The so-called put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha was a lie. Compared to a butcher who slaughtered countless living beings and could become a Buddha after putting down the butcher's knife, it was better to say that the butcher's knife that was controlled by someone could become a Buddha. How could the karma be offset by turning back from the wrong path? Even if one cultivated one's body and mind to suppress the Asura demonic chi, as time passed, the corrosion would become more and more serious. Moreover, in this life, one absolutely could not kill anymore, otherwise, once the originally suppressed Asura demonic chi erupted, it would be uncontrollable. Lin Yuan did not want to try whether his dragon scales could withstand Zhu Zhenxuan's sword, nor did he want to try whether he could suppress the Asura demonic chi that could turn people into demons. Because in history, there was a very typical example. The Prince of Lanling, Jiao Changgong, was one of the foremost beautiful men. Although he was a famous general in history, he was ridiculed by the enemy because of his handsome appearance when he joined the army in his early years. Even the soldiers under his command were dissatisfied with him, so he made himself a mask that looked like an evil ghost. After putting on the mask, he became the Prince of Lanling, who was feared by the enemy. However, as time passed, even if he took off the mask, he could no longer be the cultured, refined, and well-educated gentleman he used to be. He had completely turned into a ruthless slaughterer on the battlefield. This was also a lesson learned from the transformation of a human into a Shura. Compared to Lin Yuan's scruples, Zhu Zhenxian was obviously much more straightforward. Since he had his own consciousness, he had been wandering in the hungry ghost forest, acting according to his obsession when he was alive, constantly killing the hungry ghosts lurking in this dense forest. Asura did not have the concept of cultivation. The only way for Asura to become stronger was to rely on killing, just like Lin Yuan killing other creatures and extracting attribute points through the system. It was just that the efficiency of Asura becoming stronger through killing was very low, and the side effects were very great. Now, when he killed the hungry ghosts, it was very difficult for him to improve himself. In other words, the hungry ghosts that were becoming more and more difficult to support under his hands could no longer satisfy his growing desire to fight because of the side effects. If it was not for his obsession when he was alive that was strong to a certain extent, he would have left the hungry ghost forest long ago and hunted the cultivators in the northern frontier. Chapter 1026. However, the existence of a strong obsession in his life, although the wine sword Mysterious missed the best period of development in the chaos of the northern frontier, it was not completely without benefits. At least at this time, there was no cultivation force in the northern frontier who had an unresolvable blood feud with him. This further simplified what Lin Yuan needed to do after subduing him. Moreover, Shura was an immortal existence in the Shura realm. Even if he was beaten to a pulp, he could be resurrected with the help of the will of the Shura realm. Otherwise, a group of Shura with an extremely strong desire to fight would be left with only a few after a long time. However, the Shura outside the Shura realm did not have such an immortal body. In the northern frontier, a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, if one was unlucky, one might encounter some monsters. If he had not been staying in the hungry ghost forest, it was really hard to say who would hunt who. However, during this period of time in the hungry ghost forest, the wine sword Mysterious had indeed laid a good foundation. At least he could kill hundreds of hungry ghosts in an instant. He definitely could not do it when he was alive. It was not that the wine sword Mysterious was much stronger than when he was alive, the main reason was that the wine sword Mysterious was now much younger. There was a saying in Lin Yuan's previous life, random fists can kill the old master. Even if it was another world, this sentence was also applicable. Not to mention mortals, even if the cultivator, after a certain age, even if the lifespan still had hundreds of years, the body organs would also age to a certain extent. If there was a negative state such as internal injury, poisoning, and so on, this aging would be even more serious. The wine sword Mysterious had honed his swordsmanship to a very strong level. Although he had not stepped into the Kongming realm, he could kill the cultivator who was also at the peak of the Heaven Dipper realm. At most, he only needed to use 5 swords. And the physical fitness of the wine sword Mysterious when he was alive, if he went all out, he would use 30 swords at most, and his blood would decline and his aura would be exhausted. It was estimated that this was also the reason why the wine sword Mysterious was trapped in the Hungry Ghost Forest. No matter how high the explosion and damage were, it could not stop your opponent from being killed at all, right? Before the Golden Immortal, even if the cultivator had the same lifespan as the heaven and earth, there was the 5 decay of celestial being, let alone the Heaven Dipper realm cultivator whose lifespan was only a few hundred years. The young wine sword Mysterious could undoubtedly explode more terrifying damage, and the time he could fight would last for a long time. Therefore, it would be very troublesome. Lin Yuan's gaze turned slightly, and when it landed on Wine Sword Profound, he clearly saw greed from the huge eyeball on his chest. The Tao of Azura was the Tao of killing the heaven, killing the earth, and killing all living beings. This was the great wish that the old ancestor of the Nether River had set when he created the Azura sect. Therefore, even when he saw Lin Yuan, who was the god of the underworld, Wine Sword Xian did not show any reverence. Instead, he looked at Lin Yuan as if he was looking at a prey. This was because Wine Sword Xian had not recovered much of his intelligence and was still in the stage of acting on instinct. He subconsciously thought that as long as he killed Lin Yuan, he would be able to obtain unimaginable benefits. If it were any other creature, they might have to consider whether or not they were a match for Lin Yuan, or whether or not they could take all of the rewards after killing Lin Yuan. But the Azura race's temperament was still there. You want to kill me? Just do it. Whoosh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang in his ears. In Lin Yuan's sight, Wine Sword Mysterious suddenly disappeared. After a moment, a cold light appeared in Lin Yuan's sight. The bone sword easily penetrated Lin Yuan's head, but Wine Sword Mysterious' face did not show the slightest joy. Instead, he waved the bone sword and began to look at the surrounding jungle with vigilance. At this time, the afterimage that Lin Yuan left on the spot slowly dissipated. Even though Happy was not sure what kind of Azura Wine Sword Enigma had transformed into, based on the previous few encounters, Wine Sword Enigma's awakened ability should be extreme speed. Moreover, it was not the extreme speed of a certain swordmaster, but will, instant, and sword arrival. As an assassin-type character with extremely strong explosive power, awakening such a talent ability was simply a good start. Coupled with the Azura demon energy contained in the bone sword, even if it could not kill the enemy in one hit, it could still seriously injure the enemy. Or, even if it was only a slight injury, it was equivalent to victory, because the Azura demon energy would constantly corrode the opponent, turning the opponent into a half Azura state that only knew how to kill. In a sense, this could also be considered as killing the opponent. But there was obviously a difference between extreme speed and extreme speed. It was just like the speed competition between the two superheroes in a certain manga adaptation of a movie in Lin Yuan's previous life. Who was faster, the Flash or Superman? Normally, the fully developed Superman would definitely not be as fast as the Flash who put all his attribute points into speed, but the comparison was also very obvious. The ordinary Superman's speed was inferior to the Flash, but the Silver Super could easily break the space-time barrier. Its speed was not comparable to the Flash. The current Lin Yuan and Wine Sword Mysterious were like the difference between the Silver Super and the Flash. Lin Yuan did not deny that Wine Sword Mysterious' extreme speed talent was very fast, but after all, there was almost a whole realm gap here. If it was purely comparing speed, coupled with the effect of the Eye of God, Wine Sword Mysterious' extreme speed stab in Lin Yuan's eyes was almost the same as a movie scene that was slowed down by 0.25 times. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind Wine Sword Mysterious. His eyes were cold, sea-suppressing tail. As the black flood dragon tail smashed on the body of the Wine Sword Mystic, a terrifying force suddenly leaked out. The basic attributes of the desolate demon realm plus the true damage attached to the tail of the sea-suppressing beast showed an extremely explosive visual effect. Even the Wine Sword Mystic, who was much stronger than the ordinary Heaven Dipper realm, was almost torn apart by Lin Yuan's blow. The huge eyeball on his chest was full of blood, as if it was going to burst at any time. Boom! Wine Sword Mysterious, who was sent flying, broke hundreds of trees in a row, almost piercing through dozens of miles of woodland. However, before Wine Sword Mysterious landed, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist in mid-air. When the blood mist dissipated, a huge Dharma image of a few hundred feet appeared. It was a huge figure that sat cross-legged on the ground. The armor-like red skin did not change, but Wine Sword Mysterious' face was now covered with a pitch-black cuticle. Scarlet eyes opened from the cuticle one after another. Just a rough look, there were no less than 1,000 of them. Before the change was over, Wine Sword Mysterious' Dharma idol changed again. The red skin on his arms began to bulge out one by one, and as the flesh ball was broken open, an incomparably thick arm grew out. Adding the two sides together, there were almost 1,000 hands. 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, still only in Heaven Dipper realm, but he can manifest the image of Azura King. Should I say that he is worthy of being one? Lin Yuan secretly clicked his tongue. Chapter 10:27. Thousands of arms waved at will, and bone weapons began to gradually appear. Lin Yuan could even see the flesh fragments attached to those weapons, but what was more eye-catching was the surging Azura demonic energy near the wind blades of those weapons. At this moment, the Wine Sword Mystery looked extremely evil and treacherous. He's more powerful than I thought. It seems that he's really tricky. Lin Yuan's blue-white vertical pupils rolled slightly, and he smiled bitterly. When he launched the sea-suppressing tail, Lin Yuan was actually still hesitating. Even though Wine Sword Mystery became much younger after transforming into an Azura, he was just a Heaven Gang realm cultivator. However, the Taoist master of the Azura Dao was destined to enjoy the status of an Earth Sage. If he accidentally killed Wine Sword Mystery, where could he find a second Azura? Where could he create a stage for him to quickly improve his ability? But since he had launched the skill, there was no room for mercy. So Lin Yuan was betting that Wine Sword Mystery, the first natural Azura in the Heaven Martial world, was powerful enough. After all, he was bound to fight with him. Even if his realm was higher than his, it was easy for him to fail miserably and be controlled by Wine Sword Mystery. But he didn't expect that Wine Sword Mystery would turn around and give him such a huge surprise, or rather, a huge shock. Lin Yuan had not seen any weak creatures in the Untainted Land. Even Hanba, Luo Yu, Fox Demon, and the like were actually some famous fierce characters in the Untainted Land. Wine Sword Mystery left his name in such a cruel world. No matter how he thought about it, he would not be easy to deal with. But the key of the Untainted Land was there, which was far from a spirit space like the Heaven Martial world. Not to mention the manifestation of the rules like the 3,000 ancient demon gods, even ordinary natural living beings had the cultivation not inferior to true gods when they were born. Even the weakest human race in the Untainted Land at that time could have the cultivation of a celestial immortal after a little serious cultivation. Heaven Gang realm cultivators in the Untainted Land were most likely to be crushed like ants. But what about Wine Sword Mystery? Not only did this fellow withstand the full force attack of Lin Yuan, who was at the 8th level of the desolate demon realm, but what was even more terrifying was that he only became serious after the pain and directly revealed his Azura clan Dharma idol. He was hundreds of meters tall, had 1,000 hands and eyes, and this was not something that those green-faced, fierce-looking Asuras could compare to. This is the Azura King. The huge eye on Zhu Zhenchuan's chest turned, and thousands of arms holding bone weapons heavily smashed towards Lin Yuan. The Azura demonic chi seemed to have completely replaced the original gang chi. It whistled around the bone weapons, and terrifying sonic booms rang out continuously. At this moment, Lin Yuan even felt that the entire world was shaking. The surrounding air was constantly being compressed. Even Lin Yuan felt as if he had fallen into a swamp and was unable to move. I can't dodge it. Lin Yuan quickly made a judgment. Although he could still move, in this situation where his speed was slowed down countless times, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the attack range of these 1,000 bone weapons. He could only take it head-on. Lin Yuan's eyes turned slightly, and endless nether realm black water gushed out from the gaps of his scales. When it fell to the ground, it did not turn into ferocious nether river creatures. Instead, it remained liquid and gradually solidified, turning into weapons made of black ice. At first glance, it seemed that they were not much smaller than those bone weapons. Although he could not mobilize the Wei River for his own use from far away like Luo Yu, as the god in charge of the Nether River, Lin Yuan could turn his demon power and the power of incense into nether realm black water at any time, and he could also exert the power of the King of Water and the invisible ice. As for using the Nether River creatures to block the attack, that kind of behavior seemed to be no different from that of the supporting role in novels. As a Asura who relied on killing to become stronger, no matter what it was, as long as it could be killed, it could be turned into nourishment. Those hungry ghosts transformed from the Netherrealm Blood Sea were still as weak as ordinary creatures in the hands of Zhu Jianxian, and there was no chance for them to be reborn. If it were Lin Yuan's Nether River creatures, there would be no change. Facing the Asura alone was actually a good tactic. While fighting, he gave experience to the Asura. How retarded must one be to do such a thing? Bang! 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 As the bone weapon and the black ice weapon collided, the sound of metal hitting metal rang out continuously. The terrifying airwaves caused by the collision of the Asura demon chi and the death chi of the Nether River also spread in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding plants withered and withered. Even if a Heavengang realm cultivator was here, a large amount of vitality would be instantly sucked away, and he would become an old man. Buzz! As the two fought more and more, the surrounding space barrier could no longer bear the burden and suddenly burst open. A large amount of the death chi of the Nether River and the Asura demon chi leaked out, and it immediately attracted the attention of the big shots in the Sea of Misery. A kind-looking old man with white hair and a white beard and dressed in green was slightly stunned. He waved his hand, and the ripples caused by the spatial fluctuations appeared in the Sea of Misery, directly crushing tens of thousands of sky demon. Only then did he let out a soft cry of surprise and turn to look at the extremely weak world that even his incarnation could not bear. Natural Asura? Interesting, interesting. The old ancestor of Yang Mai stroked his beard with one hand and his eyes turned slightly. He smiled and said, "I thought this kid was just ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that his ambition is so big. Since that's the case, let me help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the old ancestor of Yang Mai flicked his right hand, and a strand of hair leisurely floated down leisurely. It immediately turned into a sharp green light and swept into the spatial crack of the sky martial world. To be honest, the old ancestor of Yang Mai was a very casual existence. Not everything was worth his attention. Even if someone offended the old ancestor of Yang Mai for some kind of opportunity, as long as it was based on oneself, he could laugh and just say that it was fate, and would not make a fuss about it. So far, there were not many existences that had truly angered the old ancestor of Yang Mai. The one ranked first was Hong Jun, who had integrated with the Way of Heaven. But to be honest, the old ancestor of Yang Mai was stronger than Hong Jun in both cultivation and shrewdness. Even if Hong Jun had integrated with the Way of Heaven and fought with the old ancestor of Yang Mai in the long river of time, both of them would have suffered losses. If the old ancestor of Yang Mai was as ambitious as Hong Jun, the matter of integrating with the Way of Heaven and dominating the untainted land would not have been Hongjuan's turn at all. Therefore, when Lin Yuan did not give him face, he was only slightly angry, but far from the point where he had to kill Lin Yuan. Now that he had seen something interesting, he naturally would not turn a blind eye to it. Chapter 1028. On the other side. Lin Yuan, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with the Asura King's Dharma form, suddenly shifted his gaze. This was because he had already seen an incomparably sharp green light suddenly sweep out from the crack in space. With his dynamic vision, he naturally could clearly see what that green light was. A verdant willow branch. The patriarch of Yang Mai had made his move. F***ck. Lin Yuan's heart suddenly sank. He had yet to see the patriarch of Yang Mai with his own eyes, so naturally, he did not know what kind of temperament the patriarch of Yang Mai had. Although from the perspective of the factions, both sides were comrades in the fight against Hong Jun, but even as a system host, Lin Yuan did not feel that the other hosts were necessarily harmonious and friendly. The Eldritch world was originally a boundless world. Over the years, Hong Jun had conquered countless worlds and conquered countless worlds. Just the heavenly court alone had 33 heavens. But then again, even if there were countless creatures in the Eldritch world, only a handful could become experts, and only a few could reach the pinnacle. It was true that the system was very powerful. But in the end, it was only the origin of the Eldritch world's heavenly Tao, and the kind that was incomplete. How far could one reach by relying on the system's power? Unless one was as unbelievably lucky as Lin Yuan and did not grow step by step according to the system's arrangements, and even obtained the universal scripture, which could lead one directly to the path of chaos zenith heaven. Otherwise, according to the system's arrangements, one could only reach the position of a heavenly Tao sage at the extreme. Moreover, there was a limit to the heavens, and the karma of the 9 heavenly Tao sages were right there. How powerful would one have to be able to kill Hong Jun and dethrone the other 8 heavenly Tao sages? Even if one could really reach that step, but there were still more than 7,000 system hosts. More than 7,000 people fighting for the karma of the 9 heavenly Tao sages. Who could guarantee that they would succeed? There were some things that couldn't be thought too far ahead. Just by thinking about it a little, one could feel that the future would be filled with bloodshed. Similarly, they were basically all existences that fought against Hong Jun. Primitive bigwigs such as sect leader Tongtian and the patriarch of Yang Mai had the same purpose as the system, but they each had their own interests. How much kindness could you expect from those primitive bigwigs when their own people would kill each other? In addition, the appearance of the 2 demon foxes from before had angered Lin Yuan due to their natural transformation. Even though they could suppress their inner demons, they did not hold back in their anger. Therefore, Lin Yuan did not even need to think about it to know that he had definitely offended the patriarch of Yang Mai. He had forgotten about this when he was fighting with Wine Sword Mystery. The patriarch of Yang Mai had not left yet. The willow branch swayed slightly in midair, and suddenly, a green light shone brightly. This time, even Lin Yuan could not see what the willow branch looked like. A moment later, the entire Starved Ghosts forest was enveloped by the green light, and the terrifying suppression brought by the Azura King's Dharma form disappeared instantly. Is this helping me? Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. He turned his head and looked at the green light not far behind him. He had a vague feeling. The green light was like the rain curtain that he had created with the power of incense. As long as he did not want to, no one could enter or leave. Unless the other party was willing to use the power of incense to open a temporary door. In other words, this Starved Ghosts forest had been completely isolated by the willow branch into an independent small world. At this moment, it was like an extremely bloody arena. Unless the patriarch of Yang Mai withdrew his divine power, no one could leave this space. This is a primordial chaos zenith heaven, as expected of a mighty person who had proven a certain law. Even if they left the chaos world, they could still change a world into what they wanted with a wave of their hand. The so-called will of the world was nothing in front of powerful beings like them. While he did not know why the patriarch of Yang Mai would help him at this time, Lin Yuan's thoughts turned slightly, and his eyes flashed with joy. The Azura race was bloodthirsty, but the Azura race were not fools. After the primordial world had developed for countless years, the Azura race that the Nether River Patriarch had created was no longer the original composition. Countless generals and heroes had fought in the mortal world, and many of them had been received into the Azura realm after death. Could these people who had left their mark in history be fools? To give an example, the calm martial lord of the Qin, Bai Qi, had killed his entire life, and was called the god of killing. The calm martial lord of the Zhao country, Li Mu, was often called the Turtle General, but when he moved, he almost destroyed the Donghu race. The Azura race's desire to fight was strong. But their battle intelligence was not fake. Do not think that facing the Azura race was a fight to the death. When the Azura race thought that he was not your match, he would still do things like running away. Unless in the Azura realm, everyone had an undying body, then naturally it was a fight to the death. The old ancestor of the Yang Mai had acted to isolate this space. First, it gave Lin Yuan a chance to use the tiger's skin. After all, until now, Lin Yuan had already had powerful existences that surpassed the understanding of the natives of the Tianwu world. And this time, the old ancestor of the Yang Mai had acted to isolate heaven and earth. The experts of the outside world naturally could not see what was happening here. Sometimes, once people started to imagine things, it was easy for them to attack themselves. Second, by isolating heaven and earth, even if Zhu Zhenxian had not been serious before, now that he had erupted with an even more terrifying speed, he would not be able to escape this battlefield. Lin Yuan did not need to worry that Zhu Zhenxian would run away. Now that heaven and earth are isolated, even if you have thousands of methods, you can only fight with me here. However, the difference in strength between you and me is huge, like comparing a firefly to the moon. You are a natural Azura, you should be the Azura Downlord under this king. If you submit to this king can give you the great way to become a saint. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and did not rush to attack. Instead, he stared at Zhu Zhenxian with shining eyes. Although he had some plans, he was not sure whether he could really merge with the Great Way. If he could not do it, he would not take the risk. Otherwise, it would be bad if he suffered a loss like Hutu. After all, Hutu was tricked by Hongjun and turned into Samsara. She not only tricked herself, but also the whole Wu tribe. In the untainted world, the war between the Wu tribe and the demon tribe had seriously injured the demon tribe. Even the ancient demon court had been destroyed. Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun had suffered losses. Even the cosmic stars formation had been broken. At the end of the war, the pillar of heaven had collapsed. Even the untainted world had been shattered. However, in this cultivation tribulation, neither the Wu tribe nor the demon tribe had gained any advantage. On the contrary, the human tribe had surpassed them and opened the era of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.